exist in the Cold War, but that are proliferated and operate in full effect today. Those network effects operate in parallel with globalized capital markets. These two distinctions have been keyed on by the Chinese Communist Party and have been leveraged in their approach to identifying the most important strategic domains of industrial updating, of what they might refer to as network and cyber-grade power, as the opportunities for leapfrogging within the bucket of strategic emerging industries. This is interesting because these are domains where the United States has enduring advantages. It's just that those enduring advantages largely exist outside the grasp of the U.S. government. They're in the private sector. They're the companies that Ian has walked us through right now, who, when you begin to dig in, unfortunately, rely upon production, rely upon capital, rely upon market access in China. And this is where we get to another key distinction from the way that the Soviet economic system operated and how China operates today. China's lure for Western actors is, on first glance, as a production hub, somewhere where things can be produced cheaper, more efficiently, reduce costs. But it's not just that. It's not just that we're transferring for lower labor costs. It's also the lure of the Chinese market. And the Chinese outreach and influence machine is adept at deploying both of these aspects. So it's production and it's market access. And it's very hard to combat both of those. So it's often possible that you can think about subsidizing away the cost differential for production. You can think about ways to restrict export of technologies or other goods on national security grounds. But to be able to combat in a portfolio approach both of these strengths of the Chinese system is going to be incredibly complicated for the U.S. government. Is going to require some degree of patriotic reaction from the U.S. private sector. It's possible that this competition proceeds in a way, especially if it takes us another decade to wake up, as Dr. Pillsbury's actually keynote remarks suggested. It's possible that the time for flipping the switch to be able to combat these dual aspects of the Chinese market, the lure of the Chinese market, is going to be too much to overcome. Underpinning all of this is just core realities of the way technology has changed, which Ian's presentation drives home in a very compelling way. Information technology provides the Chinese Communist Party, the centralized machine that it is, a new suite of surveillance and management tools that, within the context of strategic competition, greatly alter the cost of an empire. One of the key distinctions, again, with this competition compared to the Soviet Union Cold War showdown, is that the cost of empire for the Chinese Communist Party seems poised to decrease over time. As China's reach expands, because of the globalization of capital markets, because of the efficiencies redeemed as network effects feed into information technology systems, it's going to become less expensive for them to operate and control domestically as well as abroad. This is a fundamental shift compared to our past great power competition or past showdown with a communist strategic competitor. There's little in U.S. government framings and certainly less elsewhere to suggest that the reality of this fundamental cost difference has been incorporated into any of our strategic planning. And that's probably my biggest concern to underscore. Where you do see these realities understood is in the U.S. private sector. And it's not understood in the sense of strategic competition, it's understood in the sense of seeking efficiencies and strategic opportunities for business within China. And that's where our largest problem lies, that to the extent that there are communities that are thinking through these technological and capital realities of our current strategic environment, they are co-opted and pursuing opportunity in China due to their own strategic interests, but with no recognition of the long-term effects. And I think that the key distinction, again, is the way that surveillance capitalism, especially that is deployed by the Chinese Communist Party, alters the cost of empire, the cost of capital, the cost of access to and deploying technology. And that's where we see the most severe long-run implications that come from this picture that Ian has framed for us, where your house is very well surrounded by Chinese owned and operated technology. And I think that this difference is one that we need to take on board sooner rather than later, because it drastically alters the tools and the way in which we deploy those tools for competing. So even if we do wake up, we're going to wake up with the wrong box of tools and familiarity with how to use them, unfortunately. And I'll see my time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Emily.
Thanks, everyone. And reiterating all thanks to VOC for holding this and inviting us, for Dr. Dennis and moderating, and you and Nate for teeing me up here. I want to pick up on the point that Nate ended with about information technology having changed and the empire building through and on top of today's IT. When we talk about Chinese technological capabilities and exporting these internationally, and also the U.S. private sector feeding into these, what's at stake here isn't just the provision of military capabilities to China, or the propping up of China's domestic surveillance, or even just supporting authoritarian players internationally. What's being decided here is the global architecture, control over it, and power within it. China has diagnosed that we're in today a fourth industrial revolution. This industrial revolution is catalyzed by the emergence of data as a factor of production. What an industrial revolution does is it changes the nature of competition. States aren't just fighting over land, labor, capital, and technology. Now they're fighting for data as a new strategic resource. This also creates a competitive opportunity to reshape the global system, as well as to leapfrog within it. In the Chinese logic, the incumbent power has a lead because he has an advantage over the legacy basket of resources. That advantage is locked in. It's very difficult to challenge. However, when a new factor of production emerges, suddenly that legacy advantage fades. The playing field begins to even. There's a chance for new emerging powers suddenly to rival the incumbent, and in fact, they have an advantage in doing so. They're unburdened by the responsibilities and by the inertia that tend to weigh down the leader. As such, they're both more able and more likely to deploy the new modes of competition we need for a new competitive environment. This is China's logic, and this is the leapfrog opportunity it sees in the digital revolution. But the next question is, how do you compete for the digital revolution? Data as a factor of production isn't like land or labor. This isn't a resource whose value comes just from ownership or even just from access. Those are certainly important. If you can access more data, of course, you can better refine your targeted attacks, whether those are advertisements or hypersonic missiles. You can refine your machine learning capabilities. You can make better predictions about the future. But those advantages are practical. The real strategic value that can be derived from data as a factor of production lies in the ability to control and to shape its movement, as well as the architectures over which that movement takes place. These architectures are platforms, like social media platforms and also payment platforms. They're networks, like the 5G communications and the industrial Internet of Things. They're also the technical standards or rules that govern all of these. If you can control these in a world where resources are flowing constantly across borders on these IT systems and shaped by these IT systems, you can control the global environment. You don't have to go take over a cobalt mine in the DRC, because instead you control the IT logistics hub on which the cobalt from that mine is being shipped and on which the shippers depend. You don't have to have the dominant global currency because you control the channels over which currency is traded. Amazon is actually a very good example of this. Amazon owns American commerce because it has the dominant information platform. That platform, yes, at a first order, gives it access to data. So Amazon can see which chair is selling best in the William marketplace and then replicate that chair at a better price. But the real revolutionary power of Amazon lies in its ability to shape the information environment in which its users operate. Amazon can take that chair and can make it come out first in your search results. It can give that chair better reviews or a better rating. And Amazon can also make sure that that chair figures in the first episode of Modern Law. In shaping the information you receive, Amazon shapes your preferences, your proclivities, and therefore your purchases. It can target advertisements to you, it can target your information and entertainment to you as well. Now imagine what happens when an authoritarian power claims Amazon-like control at a global scale and across domains. That's what China is trying to accomplish. Beijing calls this network power. And for the past 2 decades, China has been working to become the network-grade power. China does this by building and scaling digital infrastructures internationally. These include physical infrastructures like 5G base stations. They also include virtual infrastructures like social media platforms. China also does this by working to co-opt international standards so that Chinese players have built-in advantages over marketplaces. In doing this, Beijing benefits in particular because of the nature of this competitive environment from its size and from its centralization. In a world where technology was the new or the dominant factor of production, innovation may have been the determinative advantage. If you could innovate the best, you were going to win. That's not how things work in a digital context, even though we're still talking about technology. Networks and platforms are governed by network effects. The biggest one is the one that can offer the most connections, and therefore the one that's most likely to win. If one can be integrated too, it can combine a greater variety of information, and again, extend the number of connections and the amount of information its users can access. China has size. It also has centralization, and these grant Beijing an asymmetric structural advantage. That advantage is, of course, compounded by the fact that the U.S. and the rest of the global environment haven't woken up to what this contest is and how it's different from past nations. They haven't woken up to the differences, for example, between today and the Cold War environment that they talk about. There is, of course, a rival to China's competitive advantage in this environment. And that's the U.S. private sector. Again, to point at the Amazon example, Amazon is doing precisely what China is doing, except as a single corporate actor, and without the same nationalist or ambitions or bid for global control. In theory, then, this private sector should be and could be a huge potential for American power and for a competitive response on the part of the U.S. to China's effort to export its authoritarian system internationally. However, right now, American private sector and especially big tech players aren't working to prop up U.S. competitiveness and the global architecture that's built on top of that. They're not only with their technology fueling Chinese military surveillance capabilities, but they're also helping to seed the American architecture and the power built on top of it, and also the norms of it to China, and giving China the capabilities it needs to replace those. And I'll end there.
Well, thank you. Propose a round of applause for our panelists. Let me ask the first question here to Nathan and Emily. That's okay. We talked about the decreasing cost of empire, the leveraging the efficiencies of IT, the fundamental cost difference to the previous Cold War, and also leveraging the very architecture of technology, the channeling, owning the channels or controlling the channels. Now, that's all very true, and China has acted in a very sophisticated way, in a very strategic way. However, most recently, and especially this summer, China has also shocked us by a real return to ideology and nationalism. Xi Jinping has further tightened sort of the reins on the private sector. He's introduced new measures. He stopped, the listing of companies, Chinese companies in the U.S. Chinese companies were set to exploit U.S. capital markets. He's acted against the tech sector, regulating it, bringing it under control. Of course, some of that is concerned of China data security, but there's a whole reshuffling and regulatory steps. There's a reassertion of ideology over free tech capitalism. China's success has been seen in the unbridled reign of its creativity, of its global investment, and of its data flow. Now, with Xi's latest actions, especially this year, my question would be, how do you assess this kind of a turn, especially given that this turn is not likely to be temporary, but it does appear to signal a fairly fundamental shift? How do you appraise this change and its effect on China's or Beijing's ability to leverage these dynamics that you have highlighted? And is there something that the West can do to further seize the moment and maybe prevent some of this leapfrogging of advantage due to fading legacy or new global changes?
Thank you for that excellent question. I might start with diagnosis and then may take over for how we respond. It's funny, I thought about adding a caveat about precise at this point, and I don't know how I did on time, but time limits are very stressful. As you just laid out, there's this regulatory crackdown underway and likely to continue in China against primarily or especially major technology platforms and those that have international footprints. This tends to be messaged in the United States as akin to U.S. government efforts to break up big tech. That framing runs directly contrary to a lot of what I just said, because it suggests that China is in fact cannibalizing the scale advantages that can help it leapfrog in this new environment. And I would argue that that's a misreading of what Beijing is doing. This is not akin to U.S. efforts to break up big tech. What it is a Chinese effort to place its big tech within, and the information of that big tech within Chinese government control. Beijing doesn't want an Amazon, a Google, or a Facebook. What it wants is an Amazon, Google, Facebook who is being shaped by the Chinese government and that responds to and shares its power advantages with the Chinese government. Beijing has to assert this kind of control before its tech players become so powerful that it cannot. We're in this window of opportunity right now where China's strength on these dimensions is sufficient that Beijing can briefly hobble or slightly push back its tech players if this has market consequences for them, but they're not yet so powerful that China can't assert its control over them. A lot of this framing is borne out in the new development strategy, the dual cycle development model that's been established recently in high-level Chinese policy and has received a fair amount of buzz here in analysis. That model is based on the idea that there are two different cycles. There's a domestic cycle, China's, and then there's an international cycle. In the past, China's relied on the international cycle to shape production, distribution, circulation, and consumption domestically. Now, as Beijing becomes more powerful, it's working to use its domestic cycle as the engine both at home and for the international environment. And that domestic cycle is to A, be powered by the digital revolution, and B, to remain under government control and relatively insulated to the extent possible in strategic domains to prevent outside leverage over strategic areas. I think we can see the crackdown on big tech as precisely an example of this, an assertion of Chinese government power over the domestic environment, an opportune moment, and an effort to use that power then to shape the way in which that domestic environment interacts with the international. What are we going to do about this?
That's right, Nate. What are we going to do about this? So please.
So the reason why, or hypothesis for why we might think that this crackdown in the Chinese context won't have the same deleterious effect as it might in an open economy is that China is able to control the domestic while retaining access and interdependence with the global. So if we take away the creativity that fuels the private sector in China, that could be a problem, but for the fact that they retain access to all of the creativity and innovation that happens in the rest of the open global system. So what to do about it would be to make them accept and book the cost that they should be booking, but they're evading right now, which would be cutting off capital and technology. This is akin to in the Soviet example in the Cold War, if we were literally driving trucks full of money and technology to the Soviet weapons design bureaus. That's what we're doing right now. And we have strategic level tools to address this reality. One obvious first step is that we shouldn't have permanent normal trade relations with this state, the state that has documented abuser of human rights. We have laws on the books here in this country. The Trade Act of 1974 has amendments that allow us to prohibit permanent normal trade relations with human rights abusers. And that's the sort of first opening salve of it that is necessary, quite frankly. We can talk about decoupling or targeted decoupling or private sector being responsible, but if government doesn't take a lead and at a strategic level, we'll never see anything because quite frankly, we aren't seeing it on the ground right now at all, despite the fact that we've had a few years of fairly explicit prohibitions against doing business in Xinjiang, and prohibitions against collaborating with military civil fusion contributors. So these actions have had the effect that has been desired. And I think the necessary step that's needed at this point, and it is quite frankly possible in legal frameworks, is addressing permanent normal trade relations.
Thank you very much. Ian, would you like to take a minute to chip into this discussion and possibly respond to my point about Xi's latest actions and a turn towards ideology, and if that could somehow change the dynamics?
I would love to. Thank you. It's an excellent question. Those were excellent remarks. I would just like to zoom out a little bit and point out that at least in my view, this is not new. We're just waking up to it. That Xi Jinping himself is deeply ideological. He has a PhD in Marxist thought. How many people do you know have a PhD in Marxism, right? He's deeply ideological. And if you read any of his books on Xi Jinping thought, it's clear that he is a hardcore communist. So much so, I think, that we just look at him. And if you read his stuff, and I've been reading it for this research project, and I'll just look at what I'm reading on the page, and I just blink in astonishment. And I think, well, he could not possibly have written this, and I'll check the source. Oh my God, this is from the Central Propaganda Department, or this is from this other ministry, but this is actually an authoritative source. And she thought, how could this have ever made it to the press? Because it runs counter to everything that we have been taught to think and believe and to treat as gospel about the Chinese Communist Party, about China today. The reason that we have gotten into this problem that Emily described, and the reason it's so hard to do the things that Nate described, is because of poor policy. It was policy decisions that were made over decades based on false assumptions about the future. You know, bets, really gambles about China's future and how they will evolve and how we might be able to shape that and influence that. There's gambles that just did not pay off. But those gambles have now put American companies into a position where they are literally held hostage. So those myths that Nate talked about, or the boards of the production hub and the lure of the largest market in the world, those work. And so now all of our major companies, Wall Street and Silicon Valley and Hollywood, that have bought into that, and they've been encouraged by U.S. government policy to buy into that, because we've had generations of ambassadors and diplomats and policymakers that have encouraged us, because we thought we were going to use this to bring freedom to China, and it failed. And so now it falls on the U.S. government to correct those policy mistakes, right? And I don't think we should be blaming American businesses. Their job is to make a profit. That's what they do. It's the government's job to keep us safe, to focus on national security, right? If the business hasn't failed, many of them have made profits. But unfortunately, to make those profits, they've had to compromise their morality and their ethics, and in some cases, their values. And in some cases, if we actually enforce the law, to Nate's point, that they'd be doing things that are illegal. Certainly, they would be illegal in the United States to do those things, to use slave labor or forced labor. And so a lot of it is, I think, it's about enforcing the law. It's about changing the policy. And it's about doing the things that, in retrospect, if we look back, had we done it 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we've done those things, we'd be in a better place today. It's still not too late. We can still do those very same things.
Thank you very much. Now, this panel is already running late because the previous folks had so many important things to say. And we started a little late before this panel, but I would like to allow one question, a fairly concise question, if possible. That's gonna, and a fairly concise answer, if possible. I think you had your hand first up here in front in the white shirt. 1 second, wait for the microphone because we also have live streaming guests.
My question is pretty brief. So the Facebook employee who returned whistleblower had mentioned that the CCP is using Facebook as a platform to track and monitor dissidents, viewers, etc. And as well, there have been numerous reports coming up that the CCP is using Twitter for disinformation campaigns. So since we're giving them essentially open access to these platforms, how are we effectively going to comment?
Who would you like to ask?
Anyone who can answer.
Or do you have?
Disinformation, so disinformation and surveillance on Western platforms. I think there are probably clauses embedded in a range of multilateral as well as bilateral trade agreements that allow us to make provisions against state-owned enterprises and state-directed campaigns of any sort, which should be incorporated into the terms of service for these platforms. We're probably my default answer. So we shouldn't be allowing the Chinese government to leverage these platforms in any way. We certainly don't have access to Sino Weibo in this way in this market. So possibly at least input for the justification.
Yes, and of course, I myself have been a major subject of Chinese Twitter and other YouTube, etc. Videos about video invents, and it's one of the dynamics of allowing free information, which also means we allow other voices and other actors who can exploit this, however, maliciously. And I think if maybe there's like a standard of disinformation, just like there's disinformation in this country, and if this got treated and labeled as disinformation, because one suggestion would be to say no Chinese state actors on Twitter or YouTube or Facebook. The other option might be to filter out disinformation based on what it is, which is more work. Very good question. Very good question. So this is another aspect of the tech complicity and the dynamics of tech authoritarianism. Well, thank you very much to the panelists.
All right. Well, I'd like to once again thank Dr. Benz and our previous panel. I had to sit on my hand and not ask my question, so I can't behave. So it was a great panel, and I think it was our second panel today, a discussion of global governance, world order with Chinese characteristics. Before I introduce our panelists, I would just like to say this is an important topic close to my heart given my most recent experience serving as ambassador to the UN, where undoubtedly we, as an organization, and we still live in a world of global order that is built on and rooted in the world, the U.S. and our allies and partners created after World War II. And the question is, how will that order evolve, change, reform, evolve moving forward? And how has China sought to play its role in the international order? I'll do a brief introduction of our panelists and give you a few kind of opening thoughts. So first on our panel, we will hear from Peter Mattis, who is a director of research and analysis at the Special Competitive Studies Project and an international senior fellow at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. Mattis was the Senate-appointed staff director of the Congressional Executive Commission on China. And he also served as an advisor to Senator Marco Rubio and was a part of the legislative team that passed the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act, the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act, and the Tibetan Policy and Support Act. Mattis has written and spoken widely about the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Republic of China. And we will hear from David Sauer, a retired CIA officer who served as chief of station and deputy chief of station in multiple overseas command positions in East Asia and South Asia. He graduated from Gustavus Adolphus College with a Bachelor of Arts in Chemistry and earned a master's degree in Security Studies from the George Washington University. Then we will hear from Dr. Miles Yu, the Principal China Policy and Planning Advisor to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. He is a professor of East Asian and military history at the United States Naval Academy. Among his academic specialties are military and intelligence history of World War II and the Cold War, and political analysis of modern China. Dr. Yu is an author and has also published numerous articles in the International Journal of Intelligence and Counterintelligence. And a couple of points I wanted to set at the outset before we hear from our panelists. Listening to our introductory comments in the previous panel, I think we heard a lot repeatedly with Dr. Pillsbury and several of our previous panelists about the question, how long will it take us to wake up? I was saddened to hear Dr. Pillsbury's assessment of 10 years, maybe he said 10 years or more. Unfortunately, I share that concern. And I raise that because having just returned from Geneva, it's troubling to recognize we are already awake compared to most of our partners and allies around the world. Not all, but most. And that is in and of itself a very troubling aspect, that even so much as we recognize the need for us to become more awake to the threat, to develop policies to then implement, we are ahead of the curve from where most of our partners now are. And I raise that because at the heart, I'll love my panelists to jump in and disagree with me in some of their comments, but my belief is at the heart of this effort of examining the role of global governance, what world order we will live in. The United States did not create this system alone, nor will we be able to preserve it alone. And that we will need to work and many times take very difficult diplomatic and political tasks with our partners to protect, reform, and strengthen this world order. And if we don't have partners that are as aware of the challenging threat, that can pose itself as a very severe roadblock. I'd just like to say briefly again about the rule of law, because I think that's the phrase we frequently use when describing the kind of liberal international order we've lived in for getting close to over 70 years now, that we helped create and that we so deeply value. I'll share one anecdote. That in my experience in working directly with my counterpart from the PRC and other ambassadors, it was disappointing and surprising to me was that they did not understand what we meant by rule of law and found our insistence upon it very surprising. Being new as a diplomat, I didn't have the experience of working with them over the last 40 or 20 years. And when we talked about rule of law, we intended to communicate that whether it's norms or international agreements, that we will fight, bicker, and argue over what the words will be. But then once we've agreed to it, the intent is those are the rules that we will follow. And the clear message that I received was that that's not how the Chinese perceived it. And that's not how they perceived it from the US. That sure, you have this rule of law perspective that we have agreed to, but we've never really followed it. And you've never made a big deal about it before. So why are you making a big deal about it now? And that was a very eye-opening experience for me. I've rarely ever used my undergraduate degree, which I have to brag about in psychology. But it immediately reminded me of the aspect of behavior modification. Right? And you reward good behavior, you punish or act against bad behavior, and you create incentives for the type of behavior you've seen. And that, from my experience in observations, that we have not disciplined, I would say, both ourselves, but particularly not disciplined our relationship with China in the international order, to help bring them in to a full international order where we actually believe the things we say and actually intend to follow up on that. So I'm going to turn to Peter in one moment here. But I'd like our panelists also to think about that and as you finish your comments, maybe respond to the hope and prospect of working with our partners and allies in cooperative and in meaningful ways to actually demonstrate that we care about this international order and we expect countries to live by it. So, Peter, I'd love to hear your comments.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Bainbridge, for having us and for the kind of introduction, and also for the work that you did in Geneva, pushing back and trying to protect some of this global governance that we are now finding too hold. Just a quick disclaimer: my remarks are in a personal capacity and are my own and don't represent other organizations that work. I use my remarks, I think, mostly to set the stage of China's ambitions and where the party would like global governance to go. The party has had three clear, consistent objectives, essentially from now to the present, which they've been articulated in private policy documents and speeches, and they've been repeated and consistent. And these are the documents that are used for guidance for the rest of the party, and that's how we know that they have this authoritativeness that really alluded to in the last panel, what actually is important. Those three objectives are comprehensive modernity led by the system. Right? This idea of returning China to its rightful place, of being a wealthy country, being a powerful country, having a livable environment, but always maintaining the path of the party and keeping the party in control. The second is the unification of the party claims in China. And as we learned from Hong Kong, from the action states in the Xinjiang and province region, even in Inner Mongolia, and frankly in other parts of China, that are distinct from sort of the northern Chinese identity that's embedded in the party, and certainly represents the leadership. This unification is economic, social, and cultural. It's not simply we've got political control and that's enough. It's an effort to bring people into a kind of party-approved government, for lack of a better word. And the third is to have global leadership in place. I think Xi Jinping said a global leader of comprehensive national power in his 19th Congress speech in October 2017. And there's some discussion out there about whether the Chinese means a leader or the leader. But if you're saying that your goal is unfulfilled and you are number two, you're not a leader. You're going for the leader. But that's just my personal perspective. To create, so centered around this third point, global to remake it a China-centric world. And this goes through two sort of concepts that are not particularly well understood and haven't received the attention that they deserve, despite the fact that there's a book ostensibly by Xi Jinping, a collection of speeches and articles about how to reshape the international order. And there are other articles and documents that have filtered out, including the Foreign Ministry and the Central Department. And that is in an effort to create a new type of international relations. China wants to move toward a community of common destiny for humanity. It's a China-centric order, and it's one place to see construction. We aren't exactly new. This is essentially an evolution of old concepts of the five peaceful principles or the five principles of peaceful coexistence. Mutual respect for sovereignty, mutual non-aggression, non-interference, equality, mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. The party has never entirely meant these things. I'll finish my presentation. This new type of international relations has a few core principles. The first is that countries choose their own development path. Right? There aren't universal values. There are choices that individual countries can make. And that those choices are best left to the country and to the people within it to make those decisions. The second is a respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, which I don't think requires much explanation. The third is peaceful development. The idea that you shouldn't be using alliances, you shouldn't be reliant, you shouldn't have a security architecture that simply allow countries to move forward with commercial ties to build set relationships. And the final is that people-to-people ties should be part of the drive for this relationship. In the community of investment, the goal is to create, ostensibly, is to create a more democratic world. But what we're really seeing is the effort to push the party's concept of social governance internally onto the international stage. So what the relationship is between the party and social organizations and people in the PRC is a relationship that China is trying to create between Beijing and other foreign capitals. So it's one based on not having alliances. It's one based on partnerships that take place outside of alliance architectures. And if you think about what this does to international order, it cuts countries and it's kind of like generating a massive hub and spoke model with Beijing at the center. And if you want to know a bit more about the social governance model, I highly recommend Samantha Hoffman's paper from Maris on social governance, or better still, participation in producing finished in 2017. So how do we know that the party is what it says about this democratic international order, that this is a China-centric order and not something that is more market has international issues. The first is the party's concept of sovereignty. Right? The party claims that sovereignty is not an issue of borders, but in some sense, framing of China and how China is understood. So if this sovereignty hasn't already been violated this morning, I imagine it's someone, well, and that probably done already. And if I haven't figured it out, it's probably along the way, and certainly others will later today. The second part of this is that the party exerts a claim over all Chinese. It doesn't matter whether they are citizens. It simply matters their ethnicity and whether or not they claim that that ethnicity is part of that, which obviously is some very weird territory. Or people from Hong Kong, where any of the other recognized minority groups, because they're sort of these other people who are still ours. We still have the rights to make decisions for you. The second is how the CCP subversion of international institutions. They are actually trying to undermine the core documents that underpin the international order that they're trying to use. These values are enshrined in the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and what they can't amend a conference statement, they've been willing to do by trying to take control inside international institutions and reshape the kinds of things they're doing. This is how you end up with the World Bank providing legitimacy to the so-called vocational training centers. So the third point is the party's concept of national security. The national security law passed in 2017. It really just enshrined existing practices and system to clarify the expectations for the Chinese people and to clarify in part for some of the ministers. And in Articles 2 and 3, the party defines security as the relative absence of threats to the party's ability to govern. Now, for those of you who remember being Karl Popper back in school, you can't prove anything. So this is actually something that doesn't stop. There's a constant search to find threats and to make sure that they can't. The second piece is that these are threats to the party's ability to govern. What is the party considered to be threats to its governance? Right. Anything that's out of the party's approval of citizenship. If you look at some of the documents, you see a rejection of universal values. Those include basic human rights and dignities. When you see things like document number 9, that's in spring of 2015, you see explicit references to the press, civil society, constitutionalism, rule of law. And that, when you think about what that concept means, you end up in a place where it's about preemption of the world of ideas, and that the order that matters is not just the rest of the world, but is actually the party and everyone else who lives in the world. So this is why you see this constant effort to push and shape and to exert itself, despite its claims to respect and sovereignty on the part of the party on a global scale, and the efforts to reshape the country.
Thank you, Peter. David.
Well, thank you, everybody, and good morning to everyone. I just wanted to thank the victims of Communism Foundation for the kind invitation to speak at this event and to serve on such a distinguished panel with Peter and Professor Yu. I told Professor Yu that I was going to bring a copy of his book here to sign, and I actually didn't bring it with me. And to my deep regret, and Professor Yu, I'll try to get that the next time around. So, I mean, to address the specific question at hand, I just want to say that in my view, I think China really doesn't try to export its own communist ideology, but it certainly tries to support authoritarian regimes, and it does that by providing low-interest loans, outright bribes to senior policymakers, provision of military and security equipment to those countries. in an effort to really try to shape the global geopolitical environment in its favor. And that works because those countries then follow China's lead on issues that China finds to be of interest, including Taiwan, international organizations, and they're very successful at it. And then really they try to stifle any type of dissent. Any country that dares to try to have a policy that they're not in favor of it, well, they might find an economic backlash or other means of retaliation against them. But today I really wanted to talk a little bit about China's military modernization, which has been fueled by their espionage activity directed against different countries, and then also helped that espionage activity has helped fuel China's economic rise. And that military power and economic power are really shaping the international environment today. So I'd like to go back to 1996, and that's when Taiwan was holding its first real democratic presidential election. And the Chinese did not want then Taiwan President Lee Teng-hui to be reelected, because probably rightly they assessed he was in favor of pushing Taiwan sovereignty and Taiwan nationhood. And so they precipitated a crisis in which they fired missiles off of Taiwan's two major ports, Keelung in the north and Kaohsiung in the south, which impacted shipping and air travel into Taiwan. Now, Lee Teng-hui in March 1996 gave a speech in which he said, basically he said, don't worry about these things. They're not armed. And Lee was subsequently reelected. And that military intimidation that China tried to do to Taiwan really probably gave, it's estimated, a 5% boost in the polls. Now, Lee Teng-hui knew that those missiles were not armed through the efforts of a mole within the PLA. PLA Major General Liu Dan-kun was being run by the Taiwan Military Intelligence Bureau, and he gave them information that those missiles were not armed, and allegedly that the PLA would invade if Lee were reelected. However, the Chinese assessed that the United States would become involved in a cross-strait conflict, and so they just resorted to firing the missiles. And in fact, the U.S. deploys the USS Independence, that carry a battle group, and the USS Nimitz carry a battle group off the waters of Taiwan, and they actually send the Nimitz through the Taiwan Strait. So China considered that to be a national humiliation. That's really in the late 90s, they made the decision that they were no longer going to be military inferior to any other nation. And they created this military modernization plan that we're seeing the fruits of today. And what they have done is really focused on what they consider to be our main pillars of military strength. That's our 4 deployed bases, our aircraft carriers, our air power, our space capabilities, and our undersea warfare capabilities. And today, it's only in undersea warfare capabilities that we really have a distinct advantage. So if there is a conflict in the Taiwan Strait and the United States gets involved, it's going to be a hard fight for the United States. And there's a real good chance we would lose such a war, as reportedly numerous U.S. war games have shown. Now, in about the early 2000s, the Chinese security services essentially declared war on the United States. And from that time, there's been a massive effort to steal research and development information and technological information. And they've been largely successful. That the U.S. government estimates that between $300 billion and $600 billion a year is being stolen from the United States. And that has been going on for 20 years. Now, that's just the United States. That doesn't include the European Union, it doesn't include Japan, it doesn't include South Korea, and it doesn't include Russia, which we, of course, steal from as well. Now, they take a whole of society approach in trying to steal that information. And that 300 billion to 600 billion constitutes human information, which they're stealing by traditional spies, or as well as cyber. So they take a whole of government or a whole of society approach and use people that have a legitimate reason to be in the host country to steal that information. So they use academics, students, business people, and the security services tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, we would like you to do this for us. And those people don't have a choice. It's an authoritarian regime, and if they say no, their future is at risk, is put at risk. And so they China, and so much so, you think about it, the FBI says they have over 2,000 Chinese economic espionage investigation cases going on right now, and they're adding 2 a day. So there'll be 2 today, 2 tomorrow, and so that's a massive effort to try to steal research and development and technological information. Now, they do traditional espionage operations where they're trying to penetrate government, and they've had success. Witness, there's like 3 former CIA officers that are sitting in jail today. It's Kevin Mallory, Jerry Lee, and Alexander Mock, and as well as a DIA officer who was arrested, Ron Hansen. And so they've had success in doing those things. And that is really fueled, and then I'm sorry, in cyber, just to back up a bit, and you have to think about their espionage efforts, their human espionage efforts, that really they can use human assets to enable their cyber activities. And they've had massive success on that. 80% of all Americans' personal information resides in Beijing. They've stolen, in 2014, the Office of Personal Management hacked sort of all the information about federal employees. They know who's got security clearances, which helps on the human targeting perspective. 2017, the Equifax hack, we got the personal information of 150 million Americans. Just this year, in the summer, the Department of Justice indicted 4 high-end state security department officers for trying to steal confidential business information and infectious disease research. Their cyber capabilities also encompass their social media operations, and we heard some of that today. And I thought this September, the cybersecurity firm FireEye, it's now called Mandiant, had a really good example of that, of a pro-China influence campaign to blame the United States for the outbreak of COVID-19. That social media campaign spanned 30 different social media platforms and 7 different languages. Now, folks, they didn't attribute that to the Chinese government, but the scale and scope of it really points to the Chinese government being behind that social media. In the early 2000s, the CIA had a briefing that they would do for senior policymakers talking about China's rise. And it got nicknamed, it was called the scary brief. And why it was called the scary brief was that after briefing very, very senior U.S. policymaker, the policymaker, after hearing it, said, "That's the blank scariest thing I've ever heard." And so, I'm trying to be a little bit funny with that, but unfortunately it's not very funny. And that scary brief has become a reality. And it's not until all of us really understand the multifaceted threat that this forum helps to educate people about, will we develop effective national security policies to try to compete or to maintain our superiority with China. So thank you very much, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, David. Now let's go to Miles.
Thank you, Andrew, and thanks for the generous introduction. Speaking of which, I just have to make a disclaimer that it's all my personal views and in no way represent or reflect any thinking policy of any branch of this government. So this is a very important panel, obviously, and I'm very glad and honored to share it with my distinguished colleagues here. I mean, they have say some very inspiring things, and I think David mentioned this particular depth and the scope of the Chinese effort to basically substitute the American institutions and through all kinds of several ways. But I will say this. One of the major things that Andrew mentioned, that's the the scope of China threat. China threat is not regional, it's global. The global threat is both is physical as well as ideological. When I first went to the State Department to work for Secretary Pompeo, I sent out a sort of call for attendance of sort of talk about China. And I thought only all the bureaus, all these people with the China portfolio would come to the meeting. You know, like every bureau. I mean, not just the East Asia Bureau, not just the international organization, but also you talk about Africa, Western Hemisphere affairs, Europe, everybody in China. So China's footprint is global, and they are not just doing business; they are just operating in a wide scope area. They were exporting the model of governance, model of doing business, which are fundamentally different from what we call free enterprise and market-based model. So that's why the global aspect of China challenge is felt very, very deep. And I think, in the functioning bureaus of the U.S. government. Secondly, I really like this idea of this name, victim communism. It doesn't say it's a victim of Stalin, Mao, or Pol. It's a victim. It's called the victims of communism. It's an ideology. Communism is a global ideology. It's not limited to a particular region. Now, we always get used to the idea of China always calls itself socialism with Chinese characteristics. That Chinese characteristic is not Chinese nationalist characteristics. When the Chinese Communist Party say that, it basically simply means that the Chinese Communist Party has the purest, most authentic, most orthodox interpretation of Marxism-Leninism, distinguishing itself from the revision to the view of Marxism of the Soviet Union and Vietnam, Cuba, any other communist parties. So that's what they mean by Chinese characteristics. So it's not Chinese nationalist characteristics. And I think this actually is very important because it gives us a new understanding of some of the regional issues that we used to think China is only care about what's going on in Taiwan Strait, in Hong Kong, or with India. That's not the case because all the regional conflicts very global significance. Because what we're talking about is very similar to what we saw in the 1930s. Anschluss was never just about the annexation of Austria by Hitler. It's the beginning of the chain of aggression. Fall of Hong Kong is never just about China completely take control of Hong Kong. It's about the beginning of the chain reaction. You don't stop there. Next one will be Taiwan, Senkaku, India, Vietnam, and go beyond that. So this is a very, very serious issue that we're dealing with. So that's why I want to address first point is that the China challenge, China threat is global by nature. And Andrew mentioned this discussion earlier today, which I missed regretfully, about how long it will take us to wake up to this China challenge. 10 years, Andrew mentioned that. No, we already wake up to this China challenge. People are already aware of it. The question really is two things. One is we need the leadership with courage to take action. I saw that in Secretary Pompeo and in President Trump. And it's not that we didn't know there was something structurally flawed with this U.S. China framework of interactions. We knew this decades ago. President Nixon, when he passed, just before he passed away, he said something very, very interesting. He said, my opening to China may have created Frankenstein. We're talking about the architect of the U.S.-China relationship in the last half century. President Nixon passed away years ago. So just want to make sure that we understand. So number one, we really need leadership with courage And I think we also, in the Trump administration, we do have leaders with courage to do things, to change the deeply entrenched, flawed framework of dealing with China. So the second, obviously, was the issue of taking specific actions to deal with the specific issues that David so eloquently illustrated. All these issues were not small matter. We have way too many strategies in Washington, D.C. Everything people want to talk about China is all talk about the rhetorical significance of China challenge. But what specifically are we going to do? And I think, if you look at the Trump administration, some very specific actions to deal with the issues that posed by Beijing. And those actions obviously were pretty robust, but not far enough. And simply because we run out of time. Now let me just turn to this idea of the 1972 framework, which I mentioned. In 1972, the United States took a gamble. We gambled on the possibility that eventually, if we engage the Chinese Communist Party, China will end up like us. So that's the theoretical understanding of our approach to the China issue. President Nixon wrote a very brilliant essay in 1967 before he was president. And he said in Foreign Affairs, and he said, an isolated China with that kind of a Marxist-Leninist revolutionary fervor is dangerous to world peace. And he was right. So he wanted to engage China, but engage China with a purpose. That is to induce change. And that's the whole idea. But when he became president, we engage change. But the methods with which we approach this engagement, somewhat get obscure, right? The way to do that, basically, since 1972, was not to directly confront the CCP, but to seek common interest, but ignore the differences. And the very cute phrase is called "求同存异" in Chinese, and that's a very dangerous philosophy, by the way. Because of that kind of approach, we narrow the scope of our engagement with China to areas beneficial to the system, such as weakening, and also, if you trust too, in some aspect, such as weakening the Soviet threat to China, abandoning Taiwan as an ally, avoid issues such as human rights, trade, arms control, compromise, and avoid confronting CCP ideological and political offenses, etc., etc. And this narrow scope of engagement was institutionalized by the three communiques. And since we love that kind of arrangement, they call it a win-win. Win-win actually it's pretty significant to me personally, because I'm actually surprised the Chinese Communist Party has not named a kind of win-win. That would be very true. And of course, we were pretty smart about this because our predominant threat was Soviet Union. So we were very complicit, and we congratulate ourselves for being very adroit playing the China card, and we fundamentally underestimated the degree to which China could successfully play the U.S. card against us. And so, if you look at how, from China's perspective, how they play the U.S. card, we look very stupid. So, as somebody who grew up in that kind of political culture, and I can tell you a lot of stories about how China manipulated the U.S. You play the U.S. card. And also the byproduct of that is the creation, the emergence of a permanent class of China law, which has fundamentally harmed the policy formulation process of the United States government. Every time we do something meaningful about China, there's always very high power lobbyists come here to convey Chinese perspective. So that's how they play the U.S. card, very well done. So what this really ended up is that make the United States incapable of dealing with very complex, multifaceted bilateral relationship with China. That includes trade, military industrial espionage, regional and global security, human rights, of course, and many other issues too. So what the Trump administration had done is we completely changed that kind of 1972 approach to China. We reprioritize America's national security agenda by placing China as at the top of our national security concerns. And that, of course, has come at a great political price for President Trump, because if you say China is number one, then Russia therefore would be far less. Russia is not is not an ally of the United States. Russia is a threat. It's not a really existential. The Russian economy is about 1/7 to 1/8 of China's. China spent a lot more stuff on some of the critical debilitating technologies, gray zones, and on cyber, on space, on deep sea, on polar, big data, electromagnetic, all those critical industries that will become the game changer of the future shows up. China is doing that, and we have not really done nearly enough in terms of that kind of stuff. And we realized that, and we took on those challenges. So 50 years from now, if you look at the legacy of Trump administration, and you will see that probably the crowning achievement of the Trump administration under the leadership, like Secretary Pompeo, would be we change the global dialogue on China, and to place the China threat on a realistic foundation. And I think that's a very big deal for all of us. Now I'm going to okay. So very quickly, I saw my time's up. But I also mentioned one very important point that Andrew mentioned about multilateralism. We have been accused of being cowboy, single-handedly doing our own things, ignore our allies. That's totally nonsense. It's not true. If we regard China as the number one threat, we want our allies to work with us. We spend an enormous amount of time and energy, sometimes we do, with our allies trying to convince them to come along with us. There's enormous hesitancy. Gradually, through really arduous efforts, particularly by Secretary Pompeo, I saw him, I was with him. Not all the time, but some of them very key moment, right? Try to convince our friends and allies. The third way of living in China is not going to work. You have to really take a stand on some of the things. And so in the last year of Trump administration, you will see most of our allies have come our way. And so that is sort of the nascent formation of a global alliance on China. And so we were not unilateral, we're multilateral on matters that is key to the American national interest.
Thank you, Miles. A round of applause for our panel. Mics out to the audience. We'll try to take as many questions as we can in the time we have left. You can be succinct in your questions. We'll try to get responses from our panelists. So anyone who'd like to ask the first question? Jumping short. I might get a chance to ask for my own. I'll wait up. The one back there.
David, you probably would be best suited to answer this question. Our withdrawal from Afghanistan opened the door for Islamabad and Beijing and Moscow. The Indians are very concerned about what's going on in Central Asia. Would you address this door opening for China, and now it's going to be used either through a Belt and Road Initiative or some other military collaborative effort.
Well, thanks for the question, and I invite the other panel members to chime in as well. I mean, to me, China's been there, and they've been very active in South Asia in trying to, frankly, undermine U.S. policy there, in my view, and have really done a lot. I mean, I actually served in Pakistan, and I remember how, at the time, that relationship between the Pakistani army and the intelligence services and the Chinese was rapidly expanding. So they're taking advantage of that, and India should be rightly worried about that. And we'll see about China has rapidly tried to improve its relationship with the new Taliban regime in Afghanistan, and of course they're very worried about the East Turkmenistan Liberation Front, or essentially the Uyghurs organization trying to fight against the Chinese. And we'll see. I mean, that's what I think the Chinese really want to do, is to make sure that that extremism in Afghanistan doesn't get over to Xinjiang. And we'll see if they try to take some counterterrorism action in Afghanistan if the situation becomes unstable.
I think, about Afghanistan, if you look at it from the larger Chinese strategic perspective, China always accused the United States as having a total mentality, containment, all sorts of things. But if you look at the history of China's behavior in that region, China has conducted containment policy against India for decades. I mean, they view India as a potential threat, not just about India's affinity for Dalai Lama and Tibet, but also its regional power. So what they have done is they have invested enormously on countries surrounding India periphery, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, because it's all about the Chinese approach to contain India. So this is really total stuff, right? It's many containment to Pakistan fits into the pattern as well. Pakistan obviously is a very peculiar country, a nearly unconquerable place with enormous province to many parts of the world. So, and I think China, when we marched into Afghanistan after 9/11, that really spooked China. So therefore, U.S. traditionally was not very strong in that area, but now U.S. will have footprint over there that threaten China's national security. That's the beginning of China's build-up of its own counter-U.S. Real imagined threat to Chinese national security. That's the beginning of China's build-up of Uyghur region, Xinjiang, and the Shanghai Cooperate organizations, and so all the Belt and Road is a very important part of the result of that interest. Has a lot to do with our increased presence in Afghanistan. So I think that's the issue of Afghanistan. But Afghanistan also is very interesting because Afghanistan is a Muslim majority country, and you have Uyghur right there. So they was absolutely right. They were also worried about the radicalization of the very vibrant Uyghur Muslims by the Afghanistan Taliban regime. So they don't know what to do with that. And also there's another issue with Russia. Because one of the major psychological ballast of Chinese strategic thinking was the closer relation with Russia. But Russia has been playing part of the game, right? Food is not full. So he never wants to be sort of totally allied with China, but he wants to use China to promote his agenda. And then Russia has a very strong interest in Afghanistan, not because of Soviet legacy, but because Russia also has faced the issue of terrorism along southern borders. So they were really glad that we were there to stay, Taliban now things for a long time, even though they don't even want to say it in the open. But when we get out of there, and there is a possibility of terrorism out of Afghanistan into the Chechnya or the other region of southern border in Russia, and not in Russia, reimbursed. So I think, Afghanistan is really a hot potato for both China and possibly Russia.
Another question from the audience? No, okay, great, well, I'll have to ask my question then. But I saw a hand go up. Go ahead. Oh. Go ahead.
So since this panel is titled Global Governance, one question that we all talk about, and some of the work the administration talked about, was what do you do about China wanting to have its cake and eat it too? Being a leader obviously in the BRI, but then also being a recipient of a lot of UN-based funding, UNICEF being chief among them, and other money that oftentimes comes from the US, it comes from other international financial institutions. So they're the second largest economy. They're also a recipient nation, they're a donor nation. And how do you kind of square the circle when it comes to global governance and also the lack of transparency then, and a lot of these agreements, MOUs, funding being received, et cetera, and what would be doing, I guess, more in the space to shine more light on this, or to encourage the current administration to, whether it's Geneva, New York, or wherever, to hold China accountable to some of these standards that the rest of the world has been playing by for a long time.
Excellent question. Does anyone want to jump in?
I do not.
Okay. Very good. Sure.
I honestly didn't quite understand the question, sorry.
Peter,
Part of the reason why the PRC has gained some of the influence that it has in some of these international organizations, which it professes to think of those values as being dangerous, is in part because we haven't upheld the rules, and we haven't actually followed the sort of accountability guidelines of the risk adherence type thing. In the World Bank's case, that's actually quite obvious. Why? Because that is overseen by the PRC executive director. But if we're not going to sort of follow through on the existing rules, we're not going to be to push back. So that would be second. The second is that we're going to have to find some way to put pressure on those governments that have taken those contracts. Because even if China is not necessarily exporting the wonderful model, it's certainly exporting corruption. And where we see that is that we've captured sort of over-financing projects to create slush funds for elites. And that occurs all around the world. So we haven't come up with a great answer for that, but I think as a sort of first step toward trying to debt forgiveness or changing the way in which loans are structured, that there has to be an accounting or transparency about the loans that are on the books, rather than commercial loans from the PRC being treated as essentially a state secret and not disclosed. Because otherwise we're simply paying money into certain countries, and that money will end up back in the PRC. Third, when you look at inequality in China, you have essentially the urban class that's been bought off and gone into part. And in part, China's economic miracle has been built on the backs of the glucose system and consigning several hundred million people to poverty. And if World Bank money and other development money truly went to those individuals, I think we would be in a tougher place to make some judgments about how China's the PRC is a recipient country. But since some of that money is essentially loaned back out at a higher interest rate, you have to say, well, that's not really a productive use of World Bank funds. These aren't going to what they're intended to. So I think this goes back to that first part. We actually have rules for some of these institutions. We defend them. We need to sort of re-adhere to what those are supposed to be. We need to deal with transparency. And I think something that we ought to remember is that transparency is not a passive thing. It actually requires pressure. That there are, if you think about all of the ways in which we force transparent corporate governance inside the country, think about government transparency, about meetings and schedules being published, about ethics disclosures. These are not things that people wanted who were subject to them. It required effort, it required diligence, and we're better for it. But let's not kid ourselves, this is something that can just happen without exercising power.
If I may, so if I have any understand question, I just couldn't hear very well from this perspective. For us, I think global governance is just that global. So there is some globally shared values and purposes to things. I think China's way to do this is that they want to control the global mechanism of international operation, and then by creating a very strong technological as well as economic dependence on the recipients of this country. Right? So, and by that, the China exercises control. And in many ways, they do it in a very Chinese way, the Chinese characteristic. That is, they bribe the public, and that's where transparency comes in. I mean, I've seen documentary with Chinese negotiators basically took like a cash. $1 million in both case, and took this guy his assignment statements or yours. So that's how they do things. So and that's why transparency is very important in this case. I also think that global governance should not really replace sovereignty and the national self-interest. What we did, I think we tried to explain to many countries of significance, which I'm really targeting on, is that, hey, look, you know what, the international organization come here just to help. We're not going to let you sort of to become dependent upon this agency that will be controlled by the Chinese government, right? Once that argument is made very clear, and I think a lot of countries will come there, in the national government bodies, they will vote their conscience. One very good example is a white election, the World Intellectual Property Organization. China really tried to sort of to be wants their representative to be elected. Now it was intellectual property rights organization of the United Nations is controlled by the biggest violators of intellectual property rights in the world. So in the end, when the vote came and China lost pretty big, right? So that's when the real interest, if we explain very clearly to member states of the organizations, and they will serve their sovereignty. And we also have realized China tried to use this globalizing technologies to control key communication networks of the world. 5G, Huawei, that's all about. So what we did was we created this clean network, the blue dots, to basically require certification that your partners from foreign countries can be certified as safe, right? So those were not enough, but I think it's the beginning, and I think we could do that. Ultimately, transparency is just the means, but the end is to prevent the Chinese model of government from spreading to the rest of the world. Otherwise, all the companies probably will have party sales, you'll have like political study missions of Xi Jinping thoughts 2 days a week or something like that, and then you have many other requirements imposed by the Chinese government. So that's basically what we're trying to do, and I think transparency, but also make sure that national sovereignty is respected.
Thank you. I'll just briefly respond to that. I'd like to use that as my kind of closing remarks for this panel today. I think this, what you really touched on is the real challenge and questions the Biden administration face now. I think it's very positive that they've stated repeatedly that they've put engagement in multilateral organizations in multilateralism as a priority. The question will be, the proof is in the pudding. Our partners and allies around the world do share our values and commitment to the rule of law. And the examples you gave about abuse of development agencies, lack of transparency, China, as you said, wanting to have its cake and eat it too. They share the same concern that we have in many of those respects. The question is, Can we get them, will they be willing to do anything about it? And I think that's where, Miles mentions the case of the election of the World Intellectual Property Organization. There was a forcing function. They knew there was a direct, interest in protecting the institution and the global world order around intellectual property. So they acted together in a big vote to block China from winning that election. But it's finding, can the Biden administration, I think that's when it's incumbent on us to advise and do as much as we can to support the administration to find opportunities where they can say, look, they need to put their political muscle and lead our partners and allies to get them to step up and work in a cooperative way to hold China accountable, to demonstrate behavior modification. And hopefully, as we see continued human rights abuses, whether it is in Hong Kong or Xinjiang or with Falun Gong or on organ harvesting, will there be coordinated, concerted international and diplomatic pressure and effort that actually dissuades China's behavior to defend our world order, or will they, unfortunately, many countries would rather take a kind of go along to get along approach, and I'm sure we know where that ultimately leads. So I want to thank all of our panelists, and we will move to our next panel right away. Thank you.
It's going to be on get started. We just need to get
All right, everyone, I think if we can go ahead and take your seats so we can transition, and we're already running a little bit behind. We'll all give everybody a minute or so. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us today at the China Forum. I'm Olivia Enos, I'm a Senior Policy Analyst in the Asian Studies Center at the Heritage Foundation, and I'm really delighted to be here with such esteemed experts today. I think this is an incredibly important subject that we're covering, that of the Chinese Communist Party's systematic targeting of minorities and the ways in which those policies have changed and adapted over the years. I think even though we're talking about minorities, the issue is in no way one that should be sidelined or viewed as secondary, because in fact, the Chinese Communist Party used its persecution in Hong Kong of Tibetans, of Uyghurs, of many different ethnic groups and minorities in other ways as central and in fact core to its policies. It sees its targeting of minority groups as a threat to its core interests, and that's why China will oftentimes, the CCP will oftentimes legitimize all of the horrific activities that we have borne witness to. I think we have a unique opportunity today to engage with analysts, activists, as well as academics to first better understand the plight of minorities targeted by the CCP. But second, to identify ways to tackle, address, and raise awareness about these challenges. Each of our panelists is going to speak for approximately 10 minutes. I'll offer some closing thoughts, and then we will open it up to the audience for Q&A, so please be prepared with your questions. And without further ado, I will go ahead and introduce our esteemed panelists. So first we have James Millward. He's a professor of intersocietal history at the Walsh School of Foreign Service at Georgetown, teaching Chinese, Central Asian, and world history. He follows and comments on current issues regarding Xinjiang, the Uyghurs, and other Xinjiang indigenous peoples, as well as the PRC's ethnic policies. Dr. Millward is the author of several books and has also been published in the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Guardian, the Los Angeles Review of Books, the New York Review of Books, and a whole host of other issues. We have second joining us, Jeffrey No. He is an activist historian of and from Hong Kong. He's based in Washington and is currently pursuing his PhD in history at Georgetown University. He has broad scholarly interests in Chinese territorial and maritime frontiers, the Qing Empire, modern Vietnam, as well as U.S. foreign relations, and he was a chief researcher and standing committee member of Democisto, the former youth political group supporting Hong Kong's ongoing fight for freedom. Finally, we will have joining us online, Wucheng Sering. He is the interim president for the International Campaign for Tibet in Washington, D.C. He has also served in the Central Tibetan Administration in Dharamsala, India, and worked as a journalist for the New Delhi newspaper Indian Express. He's a member of the task force set up by Tibetan leadership to work on the dialogue process with China. He is a member of the team led by envoys of Dalai Lama and has testified in the U.S. Congress on behalf of the International Campaign for Tibet and spoken on a range of Tibet-related issues of the United Nations. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to you, Jim, to go ahead and give us.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Okay, so I'm going to begin with a very brief summary of where things are and what's been going on in Xinjiang for the last 4 or 5 years or so. First of all, we've had really a broad attack on Uyghur culture and cultural heritage. There's always been discouragement and perhaps discomfort on the part of the Chinese Communist Party, PRC state, towards aspects of Uyghur culture, in particular Islam. But that sort of discomfort and discouragement has now turned to destruction and illegalization of many aspects of that. And of course, this includes attacks on symbols of religion, aspects of religion such as veils and beards, fasting and praying. It's included attack on the Uyghur language. It's included destruction of a lot of architectural patrimony. Huge numbers of mosques and shrines have been razed, and others have been significantly destroyed. Even aspects of music and performance have been affected by this. Textbooks have been rewritten, scholars have been returned and arrested, along with writers and editors and others like this. And in many of the old cities, and actually all the old cities of southern Xinjiang have been significantly changed to the name of development, so that you can even say that Turkestan has now turned into Touristan, in the sense that simulacra of the old cities have been rebuilt that look like, but really they're not the same as the original Central Asian heritage. And of course, there's been secondly, a huge buildup of traditional and high-tech surveillance. Many people will be familiar with that. It's making the news, powered by artificial intelligence, using the cell phone really as a key point of control. Something Darren Byler has written about in a fascinating, powerful way in his recent book, The title of which?
China's high-tech penal colony.
China's high-tech penal colony. Thank you for helping me with that shout out. This is also about collection of biodata, which is worth paying attention to because it's related to broader issues in tech relations between the US and China. And all of this was used and is being used to create an algorithmic screening method to identify potentially, in the eyes of the Chinese state, dangerous people. And this has been compared to identification of pre-crimes, such as we saw in the movie Minority before. There, Violet talks about this, but that's really how it has been functioning. And that led to the crunching of these algorithms and also traditional on-the-ground policing, re-policing, that kind of thing. The mass arrests and internments starting in 2017. I say arrests and internments because we all know about the camps with perhaps over 1 million people who were put into them. But really before and along the same time frame as the taking away and putting away people in camps, there's been mass incarcerations through the legal and prison system. And that particularly has affected elites, political, cultural, academic, artistic elites. And they've been given very long sentences. And certainly, and in particular, people with foreign contacts who traveled abroad to Turkey, to the Middle East, but also to America, Australia, or who have relatives abroad, they have been singled out in particular for the imprisonment, right? So what we really see is an effort to decapitate to take out the cosmopolitan elites of Uyghurs and Kazakhs and other non-Uyghurs in Xinjiang as well. Along the same time, there's been the ramping up of birth suppression, something that Adrian Sens has written about through very, very vigorous and really excessive enforcement of family planning policies that are in theory effective elsewhere, but in fact have not been so reduced in force in other parts of China. And with huge numbers of IUD placements and sterilizations to be part of that story. And of course, forced non-voluntary, non-free labor has been part of this, in particular moving of people from the camps after a year or 2 years in there into adjacent or associated factories or through labor transfer programs in places hundreds of kilometers or thousands of kilometers away from their home. This is associated in many cases with the partnership through pairing program of the Duiko Huanjia program, which is a purportedly development program which has paired up provinces and cities of eastern China as kind of sister cities with Xinjiang regions. But they've invested actually in some of these facilities which are now associated with forced labor. All right, so that's the quick background. So why is this happening? Why is it happening now? First, despite PRC claims, it's not really about counterterrorism. And the issue is really not separatism. We are hearing more now after the U.S. Withdrawal from Afghanistan about Islam, about fears of extremism and so on. The name ETIM, the Turkestan Islamic Movement, was invoked in the last panel just now. And there's a lot that could be said about that. There have been some violent and a few incidents, relative few incidents that we would characterize as terrorism, particularly from 2013 to 2015. But the unrest, even some of the violent unrest, really be looked at and understood in different ways. And I encourage everyone, if you are concerned about and interested about that aspect of it, don't read think tank papers from 10 years ago, 20 years ago, when we were really so wrapped up in the war on terror framework that there's really a lot of misinformation. And in fact, most of the data fueling all of those studies, even by good scholars, was coming from PRC sources and filtered through other think tank studies and some, given unfortunately premature by the U.S. government. So what you should read on this is Sean Roberts' book, The War on the Uyghurs. It's very, very highly sourced. It's based on first-hand information and interviews and everything else. So I encourage that the war in the leaders that shown up. So it's not about counterterrorism, it's not about separatism. But I wouldn't say the Uyghurs and Kazakhs are victims of communism per se, with politics to the organization invited here today. Rather, they're victims of Xi Jinping's new policies. And I say that because it's not communism, and in fact, the policies right now do not reflect what the PRC has in fact was doing over its first decades. In fact, in its first decades, the PRC had an interesting and quite flexible system for recognizing and managing diversity. It's a top-down system, it's different from that of liberal democracies. But they identified different groups. We've heard, of course, of autonomous regions and autonomous districts. There was very public celebration of diversity in the form of culture, right? All of those scenes of people in minority costumes dancing around, including in the 2008 Olympics, right? That was a very different tone than we're seeing under Xi Jinping now. And why did the PRC do that? Why did they actually recognize and celebrate the diversity of what is China today? Well, it really goes back to what happened when the PRC acquired Xinjiang, Tibet, Inner Mongolia, and really the rest of China in 1949. Because when it acquired that territory, it acquired a former empire, that of the Qing, right? The Qing Empire. And just like the Soviet Union, which acquired the former Muscovite Empire, they were faced with the diversity that former empires bring. So how, as a socialist power, do you rule over an empire without looking like a colonialist? Well, so they had to think of ways to do this. And this kind of top-down diversity system that I talked about was their diversity regime. Now, there were ideological debates about this, whether it was a good idea. There were great fears after the 1991 breakup of the Soviet Union that China might go the same way and that ethno-national forces would break China up. And coming out of that discussion over several years, really through the 2010s, we now see apparently that Xi Jinping, although not changing the external forms and names of their diversity system, so people's Minzu, that is their ethnic identification, is still on ID cards. Xinjiang is still, for now, called the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, and so on. Nevertheless, he has gone through and has been changing the spirit and very actively trying to sinicize Uyghurs and other peoples as well. There's a broad campaign to sinicize religion. We've seen attacks on language in Mongolia and even on other non-Chinese Sinic languages. So Cantonese, for example, even Sichuanese, right? And this is not about implementing and promoting a common tongue in China, as it's often described. That, of course, is a laudable and necessary goal. The issue is the suppression of languages other than Chinese, which is what we've seen really ramped up under Xi Jinping. I'm out of time. I do want to one more point here, though, or two more points. First of all, so what is the problem? What does the PRC face, if not separatism or terrorism and extremism in Xinjiang? I think we could see it as a post-colonial or actually really a colonial problem, right? Now, the word colonialism, of course, is often used as an invective. I think it'd be useful to use it more as a historical descriptor, though, of the situation that's going on. And certainly the characteristics that we see there are very, very similar to colonialism in other places, and assimilative and displacing settler colonialism in other places, including in the United States and our own history. And so a measure of humility or perhaps just recognition of this shared history, I think will be useful in how in addressing these issues with Chinese interlocutors rather than simply using colonialism or using other kinds of invectives. And then very quickly, what to do about it. So the US and the world community should encourage China to embrace its rich diversity as it used to do through the kind of policies that I just mentioned, or perhaps through better ones. In other words, encouraging the PRC to return to this pluralist spirit of its earlier approaches. And of course, there are sanctions in place. They're really very narrowly targeted. They focus a lot on forced labor because legally, given the legal structure of the United States, those laws are in place and can be implemented quite quickly. I think those are positive steps, and we need to maintain those. And particularly positive about them has been the recent matching of those sanctions by the EU, by Canada, by Australia, which of course makes this not simply about U.S. China great power competition, but really demonstrates that this is a global outcry against the policies in Xinjiang. And then one last thing has to do with climate change. There's been some conversation in DC. There was an article in the Post yesterday implying that there is a debate within the Biden administration over, well, what should it be? Should it be Uyghurs or climate change? Right? And that's obviously a false choice. There's a panoply of issues between the U.S. and China. And as anyone in foreign policy knows, you have to deal with lots of things. Once you have to be able to chew up and walk at the same time. The one part of that, and so the fear there is that if the U.S. continues to call out human rights abuses, then China will refuse to talk about climate change. Right? That's clearly, that's a transparent bluff. China has many reasons to worry about climate change other than simply U.S.-China relations. So I wouldn't worry about that. The one issue that where it does kind of beat the road here is of polysilicon and its role in building solar technology, right? A huge percentage of the world's polysilicon supply, which then goes into supply chains for making solar panels and other equipment around the world, not just in China, comes from Xinjiang. It's very similar to cotton in that regard. So what do we do? I think the best solution here would be a robust and well-funded U.S. policy to boost our own production of polysilicon and solar, rather than and seeing this as a false choice between should we decarbonize or should we sanction China's human rights abuses. There's another way out, and that's to really see this as a Sputnik moment to get our own solarization going. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for those comments, Jim. And I always love walking away from panels with book recommendations. So I hope others in the audience put down those recommendations.
I can recommend my own as well. Eurasian Crossroads, out in a new edition next month.
There we go.
Chapter 8 will cover all these historical stuff.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, over to you, Jeffrey.
Hi, okay. Well, thanks for having me. This is the first time I'm serving a panel with my PhD advisor.
I haven't seen him for weeks, and he shows up here.
So it's a challenge, but hopefully I do okay. So I coming from a sort of Hong Kong activist and sort of historian of Hong Kong, so there are a couple of approaches that I can take. I guess I'll begin by very briefly going through, for those of you who've been aware of what's going on in Hong Kong, a lot of this is in news, and I think Hong Kong still benefits. I don't know how much longer it still benefits from a relatively high amount of information coming out. So a lot of this you can still read in international press. But basically in 2019 there were mass protests. In 2020, the combination of the COVID-19 pandemic and the national security law, the new sweeping legislation imposed by Beijing on Hong Kong, basically killed one country, two systems. And by 2021, every other week we see arrests of activists, politicians, current and former, and just the number of civil society groups being disbanded. The group that has organized for 3 decades the annual candlelight event in memory of the Tiananmen massacre, for instance. Just a couple of days ago, I'm aware some of you would have read about Amnesty International saying that it will close their office in Hong Kong as well at the end of this year. So this is currently what's going on in Hong Kong. But rather than going into the sort of preview blow account of what's going on, I want to take a step back and reflect on how what's going on in Hong Kong fits into this conversation about other Chinese frontier areas as well. And I want to start by just noting just how much things can change in just a dozen years. And I say this because I recall in 2008 when the Beijing Olympics were being held, there was an Olympics torch relay in Hong Kong. And at the time, there was this girl, an undergraduate student at HKU by the name of Christina Chan. She was actually
protesting at the lake by waving a Tibetan snow lion flag. And at the time, she was mocked by the Hong Kong press. If you look at opinion polls among the Hong Kong public in 2008, over 80% of Hong Kongers at the time actually opposed Taiwanese independence. So we're talking about a moment when it seemed like, a little over a decade into the one country, two system framework, after the 1997 handover, Chinese nationalism was actually running pretty high in Hong Kong. And there were, there was a sense that talking about Tibetan independence was taboo, same with Taiwanese independence. And by the time you get to 2014 with the umbrella movement, you began to hear slogans like "Yesterday Macau, today Hong Kong, tomorrow Taiwan." So there was beginning, and also fueled by the Sunflower movement in Taiwan. There was beginning to be a sense of solidarity among these places at the grassroots level in the protests. And by the time you get to 2019, the widespread anti-extradition protests, so about 5 years into Xi Jinping's rule, there were people waving the East of the South flag in Hong Kong. There were signs everywhere, standing with the Uyghurs, with the Tibetans, and as usual, also people of Macau and Taiwan. So on the ground, there has been more and more of a realization that the struggle against CCP control is not about Hong Kong itself, but much broader. And I think also this is reflected by scholars also, here in the U.S. and around the world, beginning to link these places together, not study them separately, or even worse, to ignore them completely in the earlier period. But now beginning to understand that these places and what's going on are interconnected in the eyes of the communist regime in Beijing, and also historically connected, which is what I'll get to in a second. But I think we've come sort of full circle in terms of the Olympics in Hong Kong and Tibet, because earlier this month, a friend of mine, and I think at least some of you in the room know her, Joey Seal, was actually arrested in Athens because she was protesting with a Tibetan friend against the 2022 Beijing Olympics, the Winter Olympics. I think that's just about 100 days away from today. And she was detained for over 24 hours. She has since been released and having come back to DC. And I say that because now it seems so obvious that a Hong Konger protesting alongside a Tibetan against an Olympics game held in Beijing, but that was totally not the case in 2008. And so much has changed. And a lot of what has changed has to do with the repression and also just the realization that these places are connected. So I'll briefly venture into more historic events, and here I'm echoing Jim in terms of a lot of these places are interconnected because of the Qing Empire, because it was under the Manchus that that they have managed to gain control of what we understand as China today. In fact, between the Ming and Qing periods, the so-called map of China doubled in size. And what we're really seeing is the CCP today laying claims to vast swaths of territories in Central Asia and elsewhere that were first controlled by the Manchus, including Tibet, Qinghai, Xinjiang, or East Turkestan, etc. In addition, of course, to Manchuria itself, which was the homeland of the Manchu rulers. But not only laying claims over territories gained by the Manchus, but also territories lost by the Manchus, in this case in 1842, Hong Kong to the British Empire, and also in 1895, Taiwan to the Japanese Empire. So the CCP is trying to recreate the former Qing Empire, and by laying claims to both territories that were gained and lost by the Manchus. And this is really what we're dealing with. And a lot of what we understand as Chinese nationalism today never had that 4,000 or 5,000 years of history, as textbooks will tell you. It was actually largely invention in the 20th century, when after the Xinhai Revolution overthrew the Qing Empire, the nationalists came to power and decided that their legitimacy would come from saying that they inherited the Manchu Empire And, you know, and a lot of this happened in the 1910s when there was the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire. And by laying claims to, you know, to Xinjiang, to Tibet, to Mongolia, even in name and not in actual control, the nationalists were able to hold together a fabrication or an idea of Chinese nationalism, and that was later realized by the CCP when it came to power in 1949, you know, taking control over Tibet in the 1950s, and by the time we get to the 1990s, Hong Kong and Macau as well, and Taiwan currently, of course, is not under CCP control, and I hope that it is not harm, but it fits into that same imagination of what the Chinese nation state ought to be, when in fact that was actually an attempt to recreate a multi-ethnic, multicultural empire. So I am, I'm almost going to my concluding remarks, but just two suggestions, I think, moving forward in terms of how we should think about Hong Kong in connection to Tibet, to Xinjiang, and to other places in Mongolia, you know, certain parts of Manchuria, and elsewhere, is to think, you know, of course, the CCP is a communist regime in name, and there are certain socialist economic policies that are put in place, but to really think about this ongoing struggle of you know, these people from far-flung places under CCP control, to think of this as anti-colonial, anti-imperialism. I think using that language helps to make sense of what's really going on right now, is less about economic control, but about resisting imperialism. And I think the CCP is by no means unique in this sense. I mean, you know, people have resisted throughout history colonial regimes everywhere, and CCP currently, you know, does demonstrate those characteristics. The second point, I think, is to expand on sort of language of what it means to be a minority. And part of why back in 2008, a lot of Hong Kongers had a relatively positive sort of view of the CCP. Obviously, this was way before Xi Jinping came to power. This was a time when the crackdown on Hong Kong was relatively minimal. But I think Hong Kongers were mistaken in 2008 in thinking that the oppression against minorities was something about, you know, the Uyghurs or about the Tibetans, right? And you know, China being a Han majority country, Hong Kong being a Han majority city-state, that the idea of Hong Kong as being a minority within the PRC never occurred to most people. And today, of course, we know that that's not true. And by saying that we should expand the language of minority, I mean, we should think about minorities within the Chinese context as both, you know, not just ethnic and racial, but also cultural and linguistic. And only by doing so can we build solidarity, you know, on Hong Kongers, you know, with Taiwanese, with Tibetans, you know, with Uyghurs, Mongolians, who are facing the same struggle. So I end here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Jeffrey. And I think you might be joining us here online. Would you like to join us? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this session. I'm sorry I have to do it virtually because of other engagements, and I hope the audio is right. I want to address the topic by focusing on China's crisis of legitimacy when it concerns Tibet, and what it is doing to address this, and how should the United States and the international community respond. It's been more than 6 decades since China invaded and subsequently occupied Tibet. While on the one hand, China forcefully clamps down on Tibet, asserting its control, yet at the same time, it does many things that indicate that it has a crisis of legitimacy. This is because China's takeover of Tibet was based on a weak foundation, which continues to force Beijing to come up with various narratives to assert its claim. After Communist China took over China in 1949,
they first used the reason of peacefully liberating Tibet from foreign imperialists. But at that time, there were only a handful of Westerners in Tibet who could not have done anything to control Tibet. Thereafter, in 1951, China forced the then Tibetan government to sign a controversial 17-point agreement, which asserted that Tibet had come back to the Chinese family. But at the same time, the same agreement said that the powers, functions, and the status of the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan officials would be kept intact, which is a contradiction in itself. Thirdly, China is accusing the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan leadership of calling for greater Tibet, which implies that there is some basis for the Tibetan claim, but that the scope is greater than the claim. So what is this greater Tibet? From the 7th century to around 9th century, the then Tibetan kings ruled an area that is traditionally what we Tibetans call Tibet. What the Chinese call Tibet is the area which is the Tibet Autonomous Region, which is subsequently began. This is the area that was also under the Dalai Lama. So when China accuses the Tibetans of calling for greater Tibet, it is also saying that there is a basis for the Tibetan government to call for anything less than greater Tibet. That also contributes to China's lack of legitimacy. Fourthly, the Chinese constitution says the People's Republic of China is a unified, multi-ethnic state founded by the Chinese people of all ethnic groups. There is no historical evidence to say that the Tibetan government or any Tibetans, in fact, were involved in any decision making in the formation of the People's Republic of China. That again contributes to this lack of legitimacy. So what has been the Chinese government doing to change the situation? In the initial years of Chinese invasion and occupation of Tibet, they started the process of destruction. China thought that if they destroy Tibetan culture, if they destroy Tibetan identity, if they destroy Tibetan way of life, they might be able to control the Tibetan people. But that did not happen, because in the 1980s, when there was a brief period of liberalization, the Tibetan identity came up front, and the Tibetan people celebrated their culture, their way of life, including their relationship with the present Dalai Lama. And the Chinese authorities realized that this wasn't working. So they switched on to a policy of control. This was most visible in the sphere of Tibetan religion, Tibetan Buddhism to be specific, where Tibetan Buddhists believe in the theory of reincarnation, where lamas are supposed to reincarnate. In the past, the Chinese banned recognition of the reincarnation of lamas. Now they established asserted control over the reincarnation of Tibetan lamas. And the most prominent Lama today has been the Panch Lama, who died in 1989, and the Chinese authorities claim authority and they have appointed one of their own choices to be the Panch Lama in Tibet today. The Dalai Lama's recognition of the Panch Lama, that young man now, or rather he's in his 30s, he has been imprisoned and he has disappeared, so we don't know. But nevertheless, the Chinese authorities are using this as a way of controlling the Tibetan people. They think that given that the Dalai Lama is the source of Tibetan identity, once this Dalai Lama passes away, Chinese government will control and appoint the next Dalai Lama. And they think that through that they can control the Tibetan people. Currently, we are seeing another level of Chinese way to establish legitimacy. That is by the policy of assimilation. or what is called the sinicization of the Tibetan people. So recently, on October 21, the Chinese Foreign Ministry had a briefing on Tibet in which they showcased their latest appointments of the party secretary in the Tibet Autonomous Region, Wang Chunchen. Through that, they established the fact that Tibetan people are part of Chinese people, Tibetan culture is part of Chinese culture, and that Tibetan Buddhism was initially sourced from Chinese Buddhism. All these are their way of doing away with Tibetan identity, so that through that they can control the Tibetan people. This is also visible in the fact that today there is a very strong policy of eliminating any reference to the present Dalai Lama in Tibet, so that the younger generation, the new generation of Tibetans can come up without having knowledge of any Dalai Lama, and that they will be forced to adopt only Dalai Lama that the Chinese Communist Party sort of upholds. So given this situation, what can the international community do? What can the United States do? Have 4 points. First, there needs to be a coordinated approach of Tibet by the Biden administration. In the immediate period, the Secretary of State needs to appoint at the earliest a special coordinator of Tibet issues as mandated by the Tibet Policy Act of 2002. Secondly, the Biden administration should work to establish an international diplomatic coalition for a coordinated effort on Tibet, so that the Chinese authorities will not pick and choose governments when it wants to get international support for its own position. Thirdly, the coordinated international diplomatic coalition should implement the principles of reciprocity with China on all matters relating to Tibet. Again, in accordance with the Reciprocal Access to Tibet Act of 2018. Lastly, the United States should assert a China policy that frames the lack of a lasting peaceful solution of Tibet is an impediment to more harmonious relations between the United States and the People's Republic of China, and that we should encourage an early resumption of dialogue and resolution of the Tibet issue through dialogue with representatives of the Dalai Lama. Only this can help change the situation of Tibet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Richard. Before we turn over to Q&A, I just wanted to briefly highlight a couple of different themes that I think have emerged from our conversation so far. One thing that really stood out to me is that, especially in the Xinjiang context and also in the Tibetan context, the CCP has really engaged in a very systematic assault on some of the most fundamental elements of society. They have targeted family, they have targeted culture, they have targeted religion. And even in the Hong Kong case, they have targeted the Hong Kong people's love for freedom. And so there are these attempts to divide the things that normally would unite people in incredibly important ways. And I think that there's a really important reason for this. And that's because the Chinese Communist Party sees its targeting of these minorities not as a peripheral issue, but as a central issue, because they believe that these issues, in fact, threaten their core interests. And I think, speaking of book recommendations, one of my favorite books is China's Search for Security by Andrew Nathan and Andrew Scovell. And they argue that the CCP's core foreign policy interests are to maintain internal stability and to safeguard sovereignty. And all of the issues that we're talking about today relate to those core interests. And if that is in fact the case, then tackling these issues, whether we're an activist, an academic, a politician, or a member of the executive branch, shouldn't be a peripheral issue to broader China policy. Rather, in fact, these issues need to be more central. One of the challenges, though, to making these issues central is the CCP's own lack of transparency. And I think that this came up actually in the last panel, but the CCP's lack of transparency and its efforts to obfuscate exactly what it is doing certainly have stymied efforts, but have not stopped them in their tracks. And that's largely because activists, academics, people working in civil society all across the globe have sought to shed light on the CCP's lack of transparency. I would direct folks in the audience actually to a heritage report we just put out this year. It's our first, and it will be an annual report called the China Transparency Report. It actually highlights the work of NGOs and civil society to shed light on China's lack of transparency in 10 different realms, and that includes human rights issues. And in fact, in the human rights realm, this is the area where the CCP perhaps lacks the most transparency. And so that means that we should be redoubling our efforts to try to ask for greater transparency from the CCP, but also to reveal all that the CCP seeks to conceal. I think all of us should leave this panel concluding that there's still a lot of work to be done. And actually one of the conclusions that we drew in our report was that while a lot of energy and effort has been directed towards uncovering what the CCP seeks to conceal as it relates to Xinjiang, significantly less data-driven work has been done with regards to Tibet and also Hong Kong. And so these are areas of work, hopefully we can leave feeling invigorated that these are areas where we can contribute meaningfully to shape global efforts to try and protect these minorities that are being so systematically targeted by the CCP. Finally, in conclusion, I did want to pick up on a couple of policy themes that have come up. Jeffrey mentioned the Olympics being one of them. I think it would be excellent to see greater efforts and outspokenness from the Biden administration to postpone and move the Olympics. And if we can't postpone and move the Olympics, to at least engage in some form of a diplomatic boycott. I think also another practical way to alleviate the suffering, in particular of Hong Kongers and leaders, but perhaps Tibetans should be considered as well, would be to extend priority to refugee status to them, to offer safe haven. Because if we can't change the system and the ways that the CCP is carrying this out, we can at least offer safe haven to people who are suffering and struggling. I think another area of policy focus that I would love to see the Biden administration stepping up is in the area of forced labor. Adrian Zenz, of course, has produced incredible work on this as it relates to Tibet. And we know extensively that many leaders are at risk as well to forced labor, both inside of the camps and also through other efforts of collectivization. And I also agree with Wu Cheng's recommendation to appoint a special coordinator for Tibet. There's a lot of policy action to be done, a lot of action for civil society to take. And with that, I want to open it up to Q&A. Hopefully all of our panelists can answer some of your questions. So yes, Adrian.
Yes, well, thank you very much indeed. And this might be more a comment than a question, although of course the panelists are welcome to respond. Jeffrey, I think what you said about Hong Kongers is not just Hong Kongers as like an oppressed minority, not just ethnic minorities. One of the things that I once wrote in a 2018 opinion piece was that the oppression or that the actions of the CCP also in Xinjiang can be understood along two axes. And one of them is like an ethno-racial axis, and where there's a sense that ethnic minorities are, the more different they are linguistically, we've heard about linguistic religious, in terms of religion, in terms of ethnic customs and practice, that there's a sense in which the difference is seen as a problem, or even to some extent as a national security issue, because there's too much of a gap. And of course, efforts like the Zhonghuo means of the Chinese nation to sort of reduce that gap. So we have this kind of racist gap. Of course, this racism we've seen historically throughout history. And of course, that's the same racist or colonialist issue that, of course, we have seen also in the West. But the other one is also, I think, distinctly ideological. There is the sense in which the Communist Party or the Chinese government is attempting an ideological homogenization, where a different ideology is seen as a distinct threat. Of course, here we see that especially, I mean, this I'm sure is true of different forms of regimes, but especially communist regimes have a real history of suppressing religion as a powerful alternative ideology or source of loyalty. And that, I think, and together with the materialist explanation, for example, the explanation that a lot of the problems of the minorities, oh, that's because they lack material progress, that they are poorer. And so we need to solve the problem through development. The same explanation has also been used for Hong Kong, that the Hong Kong youth rises up because they are kind of supposedly disprivileged. And of course, this passes over the reality. The reality among ethnic minorities is they want cultural and spiritual autonomy, and the Hong Kongers want freedom. But if the same principle can be applied, of course, with ideological compliance and the sort of like two axes of assimilation, the ethno-racial axis of assimilation and an ideological or spiritual axis of assimilation, we see almost like a replacement, praying or singing to Xi Jinping before you eat in a concentration camp, right? And things like that. Of course, then we have the oppressed minorities, and not just ethnic minorities, they're also Hong Kongers, but then they're also Falun Gong, house church Christians, right? Catholicism, underground Catholicism, etc., and possibly the Taiwanese. So if we kind of understand this along some of these lines, I think we can subsume a lot of these issues that you guys have been raising so succinctly.
Yes.
Peter Humphrey, Intel analyst and a former diplomat. I believe you guys think it'd be a pretty good idea for you to mention your own pioneering work on repatriation of Koreans to Korea. Not like Chinese need some brownie points from Kim Jong-un. In fact, what they could do is get some human rights brownie points by allowing those peoples to escape to Mongolia or Kazakhstan. Both governments have indicated they would allow it. So this is another human rights infraction on the part of the party, and you're the guy to talk about.
Yeah, well, I certainly think there is no shortage of human rights violations that are perpetrated by the Chinese Communist Party, and as you mentioned, of course, North Koreans also experience this. For those who don't know, the Chinese authorities often repatriate North Koreans who are seeking to flee North Korea, and they will forcibly repatriate them in violation of their commitments under the UN Refugee Convention, in fact, and there have not been efforts to hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable. I think there are definitely a lot of areas where this can and should be held. Thank you for raising that.
We have some other questions. Oh, yes.
Hi, my name is Jason Thompson. I'm with the Uyghur Human Rights Project. I wrote a question while you guys were talking. This is bouncing off slightly what you spoke about, Olivia, but I just wanted to press a little deeper. I think a common theme of all three speakers is that as China is creating legitimacy in Tibet, a large part of the Communist Party own legitimacy over China relies on reuniting this old Qing Empire, or imagined Qing Empire, if you will. If you agree with this, and liberating these areas is an existential threat to the legitimacy of the Communist Party of China, how should we adjust our policy response? That was a lot.
So let me start on that. I think what you're saying is, it's all worked very well for historians like Jeffrey and myself to sit here and talk about the Qing Empire and say it's, the colonial situation, right? But no one in China is going to agree that it's a colonial situation. They're going to say it's, oh my God, the official argument, believed by practically everyone, is that these are territorial issues of sovereignty, as you said, and that foreigners are trying to carve up China again, as they did in the 19th century. And much of the CCP legitimacy, as they've been developing it, particularly as they downplayed communism and socialism ideologically, has been this notion of the century of humiliation, right, which is rooted in threats to the territory of the Qing Empire, and also in the Republican period, the early 20th century. and Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party's argument that they are the people who pulled the empire back together, who reunited all, or pulled China, as they'll call it, back together. And of course, Taiwan is that one piece sitting out there. That's why it moves so large. Although, if you think about it practically, Taiwan's not going anywhere, right? The PRC doesn't have to worry about a military attack from Taiwan. Economically, it's integrated. There's really no reason to be pushing so hard on that issue, if not for this legitimacy question and the standard that the CCP has set for itself. That the standard of its legitimacy is going to be recovering from this century of communication. So how to talk about this? Well, I think actually, I didn't use the word legitimacy in my remarks. I talked about colonialism, but I think I'm very glad that Tom did bring that up, because this is the crisis, right? What is the crisis? One of separatists supported by foreign forces, as the CCP says? No. The crisis, and it is in some ways existential crisis, not to China, but to the CCP's oligarchic rule, right? Is that they have set up these issues as the be-all and end-all of their own legitimacy, and it's kind of backed themselves into this corner, and increasingly under Xi Jinping, backed themselves into this corner by saying that not only do all of these places have to be part of China as a special zone, as one country, two systems, as an autonomous region. They had all that vocabulary before. No, now they're saying it has to be unified and homogeneous. And again, that's a completely, it's a new arbitrary standard which the CCP has set up for itself in the last few years. They didn't need to be homogeneous before. They actually could tolerate administrative pluralism. Right? So what can we do? We should bring them back to that. Say, wait a minute, you had this really clever Chinese way of dealing with administrative pluralism, right? You had autonomous regions, you had special economic zones, you had one country, two systems, you had 56 minutes, right? And that's your solution to this problem. Just as in Canada, they have an issue with francophone nationalism in Quebec, they found out ways to deal with it. With Basque country, Catalan in Spain, even Scotland in the UK, right? There are many, many examples of similar sorts of issues that have been dealt with peacefully after unpeaceful violent attacks, right? So I think the argument to be made is that the PRC actually had an approach to this, and they've abandoned that, and it's not helping them to abandon it. They're seeking an unreachable goal of ethno-national homogeneity. It's something like out of 19th century European and perhaps American ideology. I'm sorry, we're talking too long in this, but one very ironic part of this is a lot of this discussion that led to this assimilative thrust in China came out of them comparing the old Soviet approach to nationalities to what they imagined was the American approach, the melting pot. And the melting pot idea was very influential in China among these anthropologists and right? They said, well, the Americans had a melting pot. And look how strong America is. That was literally the argument. So we need something too, right? And of course, melting pot is not industrial or Stakhanovites enough of a metaphor, so they've upgraded it to blast furnace. I'm not kidding. But they're saying we need to use a blast furnace to meld a new unified Zhonghua community, right? So they've completely been going, I think, their own way. And so trying to coax them back to their earlier indigenous approaches, I think would be a good way of dealing with this.
Yeah, I have a two-part response to what has been addressed so far. The first one is the sightseeing one, which is historic. And we were talking about all the history stuff when I was doing my talks a couple of months ago. So now it brings back all the memories. But I did pass the exam. But so I'm teaching for this class this semester called the History of China 1. And we literally began with the Shang Dynasty. And as of yesterday, we've gone to the Sui Dynasty, for those of you who've done Chinese history. And so we will write about getting the Tang Dynasty on the eve of that. And the thing that I tell my students is up to this point in the course, periods in which so-called China, if that concept exists, periods of disunity is at least as long as periods of unity. You know, thinking about the Springs and Autumn period, the Warring State period, the Three Kingdoms period, the Northern and Southern dynasties periods, for instance. And it was actually during these periods when some of the brightest, best and brightest ideas that we associate with Chinese philosophical thought, for instance, Hongzi, Yu Jia, Fa Jia, Mo Jia, etc. All this stuff actually emerged when there was no unity, right? So I see all this partly in responsibility and also to make the point about diversity and pluralism. And the point being that to respect Chinese history is to actually recognize that pluralism and diversity was the norm, right? Was during long parts of that history. And this idea that there ought to be unity, and by unity meaning that there ought to just be one voice dominating everyone else. That was not the norm. But that's what the 20th century nationalists and CCP currently want you to believe in that their reading of Chinese history is that China has been unchanging, and anybody trying to split it, these people are traitors. But in fact, an honest reading of Chinese history suggests otherwise. And so the second part of the response is more contemporary in terms of policy. And I think with that history and that historical interpretation in mind, I think the first thing, in addition to changing the language, as I remarked earlier, is to fundamentally change how we frame the Chinese nation state. So, when the Chinese government says, well, these issues are non-negotiable in terms of Tibet, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Xinjiang, Mongolia, etc., they say it is non-negotiable because they're saying that these are issues of sovereignty. And sovereignty obviously is also the 20th century post-World War II, world order, that kind of language in terms of like, oh, you're not going to violate my sovereignty because this is my land, not yours. And I think pushing back on that narrative is helpful in terms of saying, well, this is not your internal matter. Just because these colonial possessions that you have happen to be territorial and geographically adjacent to the Chinese mainland does not make that inherently Chinese. What the Chinese government is doing today in these places that I've mentioned are quite similar, in fact, to the common understanding of European colonialism in the 18th and 19th century. So there's no reason to think that this is not colonialism or this is something internal. I think pushing back is very helpful. And of course, there are always going to be even more specific policy proposals that we can have that we don't have time to get to perhaps today. But one shout out to Olivia, who testified actually before Congress last week, before the CECC on refugee policy for Hong Kongers and for Uyghurs. And that is a matter very important to me politically and personally. And I think refugee policy is one area among many areas that the Biden administration and Congress can pursue. And I think there's a lot of bipartisan consensus in Washington these days on Chinese issues. So I think that is a good sign.
So I think we have time for one more question, maybe, if there are any, and if not,
I have a challenge.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, and Boots on that, you wanted to also weigh in, we don't want to forget you being. Boots on, did you have anything you want to add? Oh, I think you're on mute. Oh, I'm sorry, I think you're muted, Boots on, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to move on, back to you.
So on the issue you mentioned, I urge the Biden administration for this diplomatic boycott called for. And I think that might be, well, probably is advisable, might happen, but I think the way to look at the Olympics is actually that there's an opportunity here. You can talk about the opportunity in two ways. There's an opportunity perhaps to impose reputational costs on China, or it's an opportunity to try and create conditions where the world imposes reputational costs on China. And the difference there is whether this can be dismissed as a U.S. play, again, this great power rivalry, which is what we're talking about, or whether there is a broader base for it. So the Olympic boycott is an executive level decision which presidents will make around the world, one way or another. It's kind of one and done, right? And so I think it's useful to hold off on making that decision and let the issue fester as long as you can, to get as much juice out of it, frankly. But I think broader than that, what would be great to see would be social media campaigns, youth talking about it, some of the athletes themselves talking about it. We saw some dance skaters talking openly about this in a really interesting way the other day, including a U.S. citizen dance skater who was of Chinese descent. I didn't get as much pickup as I wish, but I hope we can see more of that. I think that will be very, very useful for this. And likewise, when it crosses national lines, we need a Greta Thunberg kind of person perhaps to lead it. I don't know if Greta Thunberg is received this, but anyway, that kind of thing, I think, really make a stronger point. And China's not going to openly admit that it is hurt by this sort of thing, but people do recognize that, and it's about putting more pressure on one side of the scale like that, and a simple administrative decision alone on part of the U.S. is actually not as much weight on the scale as could be done for some other methods.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great note to end on. I think everybody in this room leaves better equipped understanding China's very systematic oppression of minorities in all shapes and forms, and hopefully you also feel equipped to engage in your own spheres of influence in order to ensure that other people outside of this room understand the severity of what is going on presently. But thank you so much. Please join me in thanking our panelists here.
Thank you. We're now going to take a break for a 30-minute lunch. So our next panel is 30 minutes. Thank you.
problem insisting on time with us. So thank you for sitting back down and we'll get started soon.
Oh, great.
It's on. Even. So we can hear you. And I just turned it off.
Oh, it's on?
It's on there all the
Okay, good. We have the honor of going right after lunch. So it's a very good position. But we're fortunate enough to have one of the most interesting panels in event. So, and I'll open up a little with plenty of sorry, I thank you, anyone that's worked in this field. Has had a moment where they viscerally felt the weight of the human cost of forced labor. And this one was mine. I met a week of women in Ankara. I was married to Sultan. And she told me about a day way back when she was attending #1 middle school in Aksu Prefecture. And Mary was a very good student. She was a quick study, she was patient, she was practical. And for 3 months out of the year, she was a very good picker. Throughout the cotton harvest, Miriam knew that Han Chinese students were back in the classroom, but she was out in the field. And she knew that her teachers were getting some sort of kickbacks from the cotton harvest. But for Miriam, picking cotton was just part of going to school. And she was proud. I can even say she was proud on the day I met her still about the fact that she could pick 60 kilos a day, which is pretty good, okay? That's almost up there with an adult picker. Now, she was, as she says, an addict. And when she was 13 years old in September, 3 large classes were assembled to make the annual 4-hour road trip to the cotton fields. And the teachers had ordered 3 buses, yet only 1 bus showed up. The teachers ordered all of the students on it. The students jammed in, sitting on each other's laps, times three on each other's lap, laughing and shouting, and the teachers led the students in a few songs. But the steamed up windows were welded shut, so the holiday mood didn't last long. Miriam knew a 15-year-old boy named Alimajan, or I'll call him Ali, who was on the bus. Now, Ali had a heart condition, and everyone knew it. The parents knew it, teachers knew it, the students knew it, and now Ali was telling everyone he couldn't breathe. Ali's sister begged the driver to stop, but the teacher said that Ali was just play acting. Finally, Ali collapsed. The bus stopped. The teachers made a show of calling for an ambulance, but it was the teachers who were play acting because Ali was dead. The ambulance arrived, picked up Ali's corpse, and the bus drove on to cotton fields. Now, Ali's family got some money out of this, and they certainly got a gag order. And there was no school assembly, there was no counseling.
no acknowledgement of the death at all. And therein we see other than dreams. But that was 20 years ago. And the difference today is above all the overwhelming scale. There may be hundreds, even 1,000 cases like ours per city. Reports published in the past year by Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation by our first panelist, Adrian Zenz, have presented new evidence that hundreds of thousands of indigenous laborers in Xinjiang are systematically forced to pick cotton, corn, tomatoes, and peppers. Following vocational training, young leaders are deported to other parts of China as part of a coercive state-mandated labor transfer and poverty alleviation scheme. Our second panelist, Alison Hill, there she is, brings in a unique Central Asian and activist perspective on the consequences of this in global supply chains. And our third panelist, Michael Sobolik, has written extensively on the connection between forced labor and the Belt and Road Initiative. I'll start with Adrian, and I would just warn you that what I like to do, because it's just after lunch, is you have to be thinking of a question for Adrian to ask you to come up with one after he finishes. Just one, and then we'll do that for each panelist, and then at the end we'll have general questions. Okay. Dr. Adrian Zenz is the Senior Fellow and Director of China Studies at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. He supervises PhD students at the European School of Culture and Theology in Germany. His research focus is on China's ethnic policy, public recruitment in Tibet and Xinjiang, Beijing's internment camps during the campaign of camps in Xinjiang, and China's domestic security budgets. He has played a leading role in the analysis, I'd say leading role, in the analysis of leaked Chinese government documents and is an advisor to the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Thank you indeed. I'm very sorry, Jill, that I have to displace you with my PowerPoint. I'll be speaking to the, I'll be speaking to the conceptual nature of forced or coercive labor in Xinjiang. And this is very important because not many are actually aware that there are two fairly distinct systems of coercive labor. They come with their own histories and their own dynamics, and they have different linkages and different outcomes. And when we understand that there's two systems of forced labor, we also see the scale of the system because they add up. You combine them. It's a plus addition operation. So yes, this is almost like a wireless magic. So together, because of this, labor systems in Xinjiang are very large in scale. Quite possibly between 1 and 2 million are at least at risk of being part of it. They specifically target the weakest or ethnic minorities. They cause internal displacement, which relates to the forcible transfer of civilian populations or meets the definition of human trafficking. They are part of Beijing's long-term solution to the Uyghur problem beyond the internment camps. And importantly, they pursue not just economic but also political goals. In fact, the main goal is political. And that is one of the reasons why one can say that these systems of forced labor mean that what's going on in Xinjiang, or the coercive labor system in Xinjiang, constitutes a crime against humanity. So we have, firstly, forced labor that's directly linked to the internment camps. Here we have witness accounts that speak of they were in the camp, they were so-called graduates, they graduated, quote unquote, and then they were put into work. Oftentimes they get put into work in an industrial park right close to the camp. It's within Xinjiang. Those ones are, we know that from government or from research documents that those camp graduates are not typically transferred within Xinjiang. The scope is a bit unknown. Kashgar alone claimed to have 100,000 in 2018, it's probably several hundred thousand. This relates to non-seasonal factory work, and it's typically localized. They typically stay in their home prefecture. The second forced labor system is not linked to the internal camps. It's not out of the de-extremification policy. It is linked to poverty alleviation through so-called labor transfers. The system has been in place since the early 2000s, and it's in fact in place in many parts of China. And it's in fact a very normal and legitimate thing in and of itself to transfer rural surplus labor from the agricultural sector to other sectors, such as industry. It's not necessarily a transfer, it means a transfer from primary to secondary and tertiary sector. It's not necessarily a relocation, although it often involves a relocation, and sometimes the relocation is very intended and targeted, but it doesn't have to involve it. In Xinjiang, this system was already somewhat coercive in the early 2000s, but its coercive nature, and especially the scope and the detailed nature in databases, became much more coercive and widespread with Xi Jinping's targeted poverty alleviation, and then especially under the new party secretary Chen Quanren. You find this kind of coercive labor transfer also in Tibet, which I published on. The scope is possibly up to 1.6 million are at risk in Xinjiang alone. So you can't say it's 100% coercion. Somebody who's sent from a camp to work in a factory, that's forced labor, full stop. Labor transfer is more complicated. You have to speak of shades and degrees. There's a risk, we speak of a risk of coercive labor. This coercive labor through labor transfer pertains to both non-seasonal and seasonal. So the cotton picking or fruit picking, that is all labor transfer, poverty alleviation through labor transfer. And they can be placed into jobs in a very local, same county or even same location to cross-provincial. When you see, weaker laborers making apple or other products, supply chain products in Eastern China or other parts. Camp labor does not have a strong focus on human displacement. For security reasons, former graduates, former detainees of internment camps are sent to work on nearby factory parks. Sometimes they commute from an internment camp, they still sleep in the internment camp, and then the police brings them to factory work. Sometimes they now live on a factory. It's a securitized factory. These are securitized settings, they often have police cars, etc. There's hardly any statistics on it. So the potential displacement, you still have a forced urbanization or separation from family there, because somebody who works on a factory park in Xinjiang is often separated from their community. Many of them were villagers and agriculturalists. The focus of this for the government is post-internment control. These are dangerous people. These are people who are in a re-education camp. Their re-education is supposed to be completed, and they're now put to work, which is a very communist concept. Not so the impact of the poverty alleviation through labor transfer. The displacement here can be much larger in scale and is often intentional. Those labor transfers can be transported from southern Xinjiang, where the Uyghur countryside is, to northern Xinjiang, to much more industrialized or Han Chinese-dominated places, big industrial compounds, complexes. And this displacement actually plays a role in so-called population optimization strategies, whereby the Chinese government, and this is a separate topic linked to genocide, whereby the Chinese government is trying to reduce the percentage of the Uyghur population by bringing in more Han-Chinese, is one strategy. Cutting Uyghur birth rates is the most important strategy, probably. But the third strategy is labor transfer, get the Uyghurs out of their heartland and disperse them a bit. But there are security risks associated with it. So, this again says the goal here is mainly a sectoral transfer, get them out of agriculture, get them into factory work. And there's a big control component to that. You have a much more control over a population that works in a factory. And factories have cameras, they have fences, you can't just leave, there's very strict rules, you can't just get out and take off, and you can't just quit your job, right? The government wants them in jobs and under control. I have some percentages here. This was for another presentation I did another time. It was more focused on displacement, but it just shows that to look at the one statistic, there's a transfer of 2.7 million person times. Some of that is repetition. So like let's say 2.5 million people go through labor transfer in Xinjiang every year. Some of them are Chinese, some of them do it voluntarily. It's not government sponsored, but many of them are at high risk of this being coercive government program. And most of them, 85.7%, are transferred locally in the same county. 364,000 or 13% are transferred within Xinjiang and 25,000 outside Xinjiang. So the outside Xinjiang component is fairly small. But after myself and the ASPI Policy Institute published on this, the Chinese government stopped reporting the statistics of how many are transferred outside of Xinjiang. I had an analysis by Aaron Rosenberg, who's formerly with the Holocaust Museum, a senior policy analyzer for an international criminal law expert, and she made an assessment and said that the labor transfers in Xinjiang very likely meet the criteria for crime against humanity or forcible transfer, which refers to the removal of civilians from a place where they're lawfully present, and that is without their consent. They're transferred without their consent, and this violates the protect interests and rights of persons to live in their communities and homes. And this can take place even if you break up a Uyghur community by transferring a father to a county factory park, which may not be super far away, but then they live there and sleep and eat there. And then the mother works at home in a village factory, and the kids go into full-time boarding school or full-time daycare, which the government has set up. This links in with the whole childcare and control over the next generation. Features very heavily. So forced labor really links to other aspects of crime against humanity, genocide, and social control, with political goal of controlling the population. Recent trends are making the whole situation more complicated. Chinese companies in Eastern China have cut ties with Uyghur laborers to an extent, sending them back, or at least said they have done so, in response to Western companies saying, we can't deal with this anymore. China, on the other hand, has gone on the offensive and is pushing back against Western company measures to remove Uyghur labor from supply chains through a counter-sanction law or public protest. You know, there was H&M and other places did this, and so this really challenges now what the Western companies are now. Some of them are like withdrawing their statements about Uyghur forced labor under Chinese pressure and losing Chinese sales. And China now is also saying, if one country or place sanction us, we will counter-sanction them over forced labor. So all I have to say is that there are wide implications to forced labor, but the two coercive labor systems have wide implications from agricultural products to labor-intensive manufacturing to many aspects. And China's aggressive pushback is really calling for some more strategic and concerted efforts. Thank you. It's a big topic, but 10 minutes are over, so you can tell, you know, this is a big topic. But the two other panelists, I'm sure, have some very important things to say on it.
Can we have one question? Your reaction, so.
Where do you get your statistics, Dr.? And how many of those statistics come from the Chinese government? How many are not, and how do you get?
Yes, and please use the microphone for the live stream.
Where the question is, where do you get your statistics, and how many of your statistics are from the Chinese government?
Yes, so the numbers I showed are all from the Chinese government because there's no non-state numbers, and I don't aggregate these numbers myself. The 1.6 million figure I have calculated of people at risk from labor transfer, I've calculated myself based on government figures. Yeah.
I'll now go ahead and move ahead to Allison Gill, who is the Forced Labor Program Director at the Global Labor Justice International Labor Rights Forum. She leads a strategy to eliminate forced and child labor and cotton production in Central Asia. And she was previously senior research and policy advisor to the Uzbek Forum, where she authored numerous reports on forced labor in the Uzbek cotton sector. She developed research, and she oversaw monitoring of cotton farms participating in sustainable cotton pilot programs. She also served on the steering committee of the Cotton Campaign. That's how I heard about her when I was in Central Asia. Allison, you are a legend to me. Please give your presentation. Allison, you getting through? Wave your hand.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Really.
Great. Hi, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to join you today. And I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. As you heard from Dr. Zenz, forced labor is not an incidental, but rather a fundamental component of the government of China's policy of repression, control, and forced assimilation of the Uyghur population of other minoritized peoples. I'm going to focus my remarks on the scope of the risk or connection to Uyghur forced labor for global supply chains. To give a basic sense of the depth and the breadth of the problem, what companies need to do to mitigate supply chain risks and end complicity in forced labor. I also will touch on a couple of key policy tools the government should implement to ensure companies domiciled or operating in their jurisdictions do not profit from forced labor and forced labor goods do not enter their commerce. So there is significant evidence linking the forced labor of Uyghurs and other Turkic and Muslim people to global supply chains across multiple sectors of goods, from raw material level to inputs and finished goods. I won't go into depth into most of that investigation now, but investigations do show that the breadth of these policies that Dr. Zen spoke about create significant risk of the presence of forced labor at virtually any workplace, industrial or agricultural, in the Uyghur region. Forced labor and other abuses are bolstered by a pervasive technology-enabled system of surveillance as well. And as you've heard, because of forced labor transfer programs, there are also risks for forced labor in factories and facilities outside of the Uyghur region. Obstacles to human rights reporting and pervasive surveillance mean that companies cannot conduct credible supply chain monitoring or due diligence in the Uyghur region at all, through third-party audits or any other means that would allow them to identify, prevent, and remedy or mitigate the risks of forced labor and other labor and human rights abuses in their supply chains. These are measures that are required by national laws, company policies, OECD, and UN guidelines for responsible business. Numerous prominent auditing firms announced last year publicly that they could no longer operate credibly in the region. And because of surveillance and other severe restrictions on Uyghur workers working outside of the Uyghur region, there are also significant challenges for companies to conduct credible due diligence in other parts of China as well. So there is a grave risk that companies across sectors are benefiting from human rights violations, including forced labor, both in and from the Uyghur region. This is just a quick overview of some of the sectors that are at high risk of complicity. And again, just a very quick snapshot of the depth of the problem and how deeply that forced labor is in particular sectors. While numerous sectors are implicated, I'll go into a little more detail on the apparel textile sector and the solar sector, because each one exposes key problems that companies and governments must grapple with. The Coalition to End Uyghur Forced Labor, where I sit on the steering committee, started our work focused on the cotton garment and textile supply chain, given the close nexus with Uyghur forced labor. China produces some 20% of the world's supply of raw cotton, some 85% of which is produced in the Uyghur region. China is the world's largest exporter of cotton yarn, fabric, and garment. The government has pursued a deliberate policy of turning the Xinjiang region into a processing and manufacturing hub for garments and textiles. And there is strong evidence of forced labor in every aspect of production, from cotton growing and harvesting to various stages of processing and manufacturing. So this is a key problem. Many supply chains, but particularly in the apparel and textile supply chain, many brands and retailers simply do not know their own supply chains. Most know only the finished goods or tier 1 manufacturer. Some may know the tier 2 manufacturer, which is the fabric mill. Even companies not sourcing finished goods from factories in Xinjiang are at risk for using cotton products or other textiles from Xinjiang or produced with labor forced labor. Cotton moves around a lot. It involves numerous stages of processing, is often transshipped to many different countries for different stages. From farm to gin, to spinning facility, to fabric mill, to cut and sew factory. This image here is actually a simplified version of their cotton supply chain that leaves out wet processing, trimming, embellishing, agents, brokers, importers, and logistics. So companies using tier 1 suppliers in Vietnam, Bangladesh, or Myanmar may actually be using inputs produced with labor forced labor. The solar supply chain shows a really different problem. It's a much more streamlined supply chain, but it is one in a sector that is heavily dominated by China and linked to forced labor both in Xinjiang and through labor transfers to other regions. In a really important report by Sheffield Hallam University, and I put the credit there. The researchers found that 95% of solar modules currently produced in the world rely on solar grade polysilicon. Polysilicon manufacturers from the Uyghur region account for 45% of the global supply. An additional 30% of the global supply is also produced in China and has serious exposure to forced labor. So that puts the entire solar supply chain at risk. And interestingly, China had virtually no presence in polysilicon production until 2005. Most of the time was produced in the U.S, Germany, and Japan. Through a deliberate program of subsidies and incentives, China came to dominate the global market in just 15 years and centered production in the Uyghur region through incentives and subsidies and other programs. This obviously has huge implications for the global supply chain. Where in cotton, the problem is the lack of knowledge of the supply chain, which would allow companies to redirect or disengage from labor forced labor. Where cotton is fungible, polysilicon is not. So the problem is really, even if they know their supply chains, how can they take the correct action to disengage from forced labor? This is just a list of recent withhold release orders, which are import bans imposed by U.S. Customs and Border Protection under the U.S. Tariff Act. And I'm putting this up just to highlight a couple of things. These range from the prohibition of specific goods produced by specific facilities to specific entities, as well as region-wide, commodity-wide WROs. And I want to highlight 3 in particular. The most recent one on Hoshine silicon industry is against Hoshine is the largest supplier of metallurgical grade polysilicon. It has operations in Xinjiang. It receives subsidies from the XBCC and participates in labor transfer programs. It's a supplier to DECO, which supplies the top 4 solar module manufacturers in the world. So obviously, it has very significant supply chain implications. So these products from Hoshine are now prohibited from entering the US. The next one I wanted to highlight is the one on all cotton products from the Uyghur region. And the third is on all goods produced by the XPCC, which is a vast organization with thousands of subsidiaries. Just wanted to highlight that, the import bans, which we'll talk about in a little bit, are a really important policy tool, but their effectiveness can be limited by enforcement challenges, lack of penalties on importers, and the possibility that goods can be dumped or re-exported and sold elsewhere. And that's with only one piece of what needs to be a comprehensive approach to combating slavery. So what should companies do? The only way that corporations can be sure that they're not bolstering the Chinese government's repression or benefiting from workforce labor is to fully extricate their supply chain to Uyghur origin and from Uyghur forced labor. They must prevent the use of forced labor in facilities that they may use that participate in the transfer programs, including by ending relationships with companies that accept these transfers and ending business relationships with suppliers that have subsidiaries in the region. These key points are reflected in the call to action our coalition issued to apparel and textile brands and retailers and have now extended to all sectors. What should governments do? Real action to end forced labor needs to combine prevention, enforcement, and remedy. I know we're short on time. So just to highlight a couple of things, there needs to be engagement by government with business about the risks that exist. There have to be enacted and enforced import controls to prevent goods tainted with forced labor from entering, also to prevent re-export dumping. And there need to be real consequences for violations. In addition, enforcement alone is not enough. There has to be prevention and heightened requirements on companies. Meaningful due diligence should apply to all companies and require companies to disengage where due diligence can't occur or violations can't be remedied. Mandatory human rights due diligence, we think, should apply to all companies operating in any supply chain in the country, but there are really specific things that need to be taken into account when dealing with a situation like that in the region. Typically, we want companies to stay engaged and help remediate or remedy supply chain human rights violations. But where that is not possible, as in the case of the Uyghur region, then companies must disengage. And they must also be engaging with stakeholders, including rights holders, at all stages of their due diligence process. And where that engagement is not possible on the ground, as with in the case of the Uyghur region, companies need to be engaging with local Uyghur groups to assess the risks. And finally, just to end again on the idea that there have to be, that these obligations should be enforceable and there need to be meaningful penalties on companies for violations. So I will stop there. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks for the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we get a quick question?
Yes, go ahead.
What good is this if, in fact, we're the only ones doing this? And there's 100 other countries that don't do it. All of which, I mean, every Muslim country is not standing up to China either. So you can't get the Muslims on board. How do you get other Western countries and neutral countries to join that campaign?
I'm not sure I heard your entire question.
The question was, there are so many other companies out there or nations that are undercutting whatever even if Western supply chains purge this in the markets, purge it, legal-related products in the market. There will be all these many Muslim countries which will operate as usual. So is it worth it? Is that right? Can we really make a dent or a difference?
I'm not sure I caught all of it. I think I heard you ask, even if Western companies take these steps, is it enough if other countries aren't imposing them, including in particular Muslim countries?
Yeah, I think that's right. Mm-hmm.
Is that the crux?
Yes, that's a correct understanding of the question.
Okay. I mean, a couple of things on that. One is, sure, it's not enough. I mean, this is a really complicated problem. It's a geopolitical problem, as you'll hear, I think, from the next speaker. It's an economic problem and it's a human rights problem. So sure, maybe companies' actions alone aren't enough, but that isn't reason enough for companies not to act. companies have these obligations to act, and governments have obligations to enforce them. Companies are not the victims in this scenario. They are actually in the situation that they're in because of deliberate business decisions and the way that they have deliberately structured supply chains. So in a way, the crisis of the Uyghur region is like a big magnifying glass on the problems of global supply chains that exist everywhere, where this might be the most extreme example, but there are various forms of labor exploitation that exist across supply chains. So the things that we're asking companies to do are important anyway. They have the obligation to do them. Is it going to be enough to move the Chinese government? Maybe not. But they are important steps nonetheless. Very meaningful for human rights enforcement globally, as well as for this specific situation. And we have seen increasing moves, around the world of governments reacting to this. Obviously, we'd like to see more, but I think Michael will probably tell us how that can happen.
Thank you very much, Allison. That's terrific talk. And please stay on. Thank you, Michael. Michael Solveig joined the American Foreign Policy Council as a fellow in Indo-Pacific Studies in September 2019. His work covers American and Chinese grand strategy, regional economic and security trends, America's alliance architecture in Asia, and human rights. He's also testified before the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and on non-proliferation, U.S. policy in Southeast Asia. Michael served as an LA in the United States Senate from 2014 to 2019. He drafted legislation on China, Russia, India, Taiwan, North Korea, and Cambodia, as well as strategic systems and missile defense. Michael holds a BA in political philosophy from Texas A&M University and earned his Master of International Affairs degree in American Grand Strategy and U.S. China Relations at the Bush School of Government and Public Service.
Thank you very much. So I promised the Q&A wasn't choreographed before me speaking, because this is a really useful transition to the remarks that I have to share today, because I do think if we're a bit more creative than we have been, by we, I mean the U.S. government specifically, I do think there's a way that if other governments or foreign companies can't find it in themselves to care about a genocide of forced labor, perhaps we can help with that. And I want to start by rescoping the focus of slave labor, specifically in the genocide broadly. Thus far, most of the conversation has been on slave labor produced products leaving primarily Xinjiang or other countries, as Dr. Zen's mentioned, where there's a repatriation or a transfer. But a question that I've been really curious about for over a year now, what about commerce that involves goods and components that passes through Xinjiang? And it's a minor tweak to a sentence, but it's a major change from a strategic perspective. It forces you to look at Xinjiang not as an export hub, but as a transit hub. And just a few quick stats to put this in perspective here. Over 5 years, from 2013 to 2018, the Chinese Communist Party invested upwards of $70 billion in Xinjiang, specifically for transit, rail primarily. And this was constructed in coordination at the same time as camps for the Uyghurs were being constructed. In 2016, you had about 700 freight trains that made the trek from Urumqi, Xinjiang's capital, to Europe. They only operated on 4 lines and only ran once a week. By 2018, 1,400 trains were making that trek, and they were running on 19 international lines. And this significantly cut travel time across the Eurasian landmass. And as soon as we start talking about Eurasia, we get into conversations about the Belt and Road Initiative.
And I think this is also an interesting connection from the previous panel, because you begin to see a lot when you look at the slave labor and the genocide in Xinjiang as a colonial project of the Chinese Communist Party. The CCP is doing more than trying to reconstruct the Qing dynasty. They are trying to reconstruct the tribute system. Only in this case, it's not regional. They are trying to scale it up to a global project. This gets to a lot of the questions that I've been thinking about for a long time. Certainly others have, and the question that the gentleman just answered. If the CCP is trying to build a global massive scale project to redirect the economic focus of both the free world and the autocratic world away from Washington and towards Beijing, what do we do about that? We can certainly lean on U.S. companies and maybe Western companies to take these concerns seriously, but what about the Arab states? What about Iran? What about South Asia, Pakistan, Central Asia? These are questions that require a level not just of creativity that we lack, but of some political will to really hit the Communist Party at the game they're trying to play with the Belt and Road. And I really want to echo something that Allison said in her introductory remarks. The slave labor is not only central to genocide, it is central to the Belt and Road Initiative. It's chilling, but I think it's important to look at the BRI the way the party looks at the BRI. This is not a 21st century Marshall Plan, as a lot of scholars have described the Belt and Road as. This is a modern day tribute system by an empire that happens to be run by the Chinese Communist Party. And they are willing to do this over the backs of slave laborers. And they are signaling their resolve in doing so. So with that context, I think it's important to look at the Belt and Road and see what we find there. You find, if you look at Xinjiang on a map, and if you overlay the Belt and Road on top of that, half of the land routes for the terrestrial component run through Xinjiang. You have one that goes up into Russia, you have another that goes directly west into Kazakhstan, and then you have one that dips down through Pakistan, and eventually one or several of those will go westward into the Arab states, ultimately into Europe. This is the geopolitical gambit that China is playing when we talk about slave labor. This is the biggest reason why so many governments are content to be silent on the issue. And also to not just Muslim states. Just the other day, there was a report in Israeli presses that the government of Israel is hedging and weighing when to speak up on the issues of genocide and when to remain silent on it in Xinjiang. It's certainly easiest to see the implications of the irony of this in Muslim majority nations. But this is a problem that is hitting many different countries and many different persuasions. And the question is, if you can't make them see the light, to quote Ronald Reagan, can you make them feel the heat? And a way to do that I published about last year and have been in conversations with a few folks around town about has been recalibrating the way that we respond from a policy perspective to what we're seeing in Xinjiang with the genocide and slave labor. Again, the key is the commerce that runs through Xinjiang, not just the commerce that comes out of it. If you can identify the commercial activity that the party cares about with the Belt and Road Initiative, you then find a way to target it. And the good news for the United States is we have a really good model for doing this. After 9/11, we set up a policy apparatus that we did not have before to help hit the terrorist financial networks, because we knew it was not enough to just go after terrorist groups with military capabilities. We had to hit their financial networks as well. We did this through anti-money laundering provisions passed directly after 9/11. The premise was you can use the US dollar for legitimate activity. You can bank and institutions use the US dollar. You can set up correspondent accounts for international transactions in US dollars, or you can finance terrorism, but you can't do both. Very simple premise, highly effective, because as it turns out, the dollar is the king, at least for now. So the idea for the Belt and Road is remarkably similar. If there are foreign governments who want to trade with China, and if they want that trade to pass through Xinjiang for economical purposes, they are welcome to do so, but they cannot, I believe, should not be allowed to use the US dollar to do so. You set up a system, not unlike, again, the anti-money laundering, stealing from the US code here, but essentially would be a jurisdiction of primary humanitarian concern. And the result of this would be you would have not just foreign companies, you would have banks, global banks that would then be on the hook for their customers and for the activity of their customers, just as they are on the hook for the activity of any customer that launders money for terrorism. And I will be very upfront and very frank, this is a step that if Washington were to take, would not only get the attention of the higher-ups in Shanghai and Beijing, it would get the attention of a lot of countries in the Arab world. It would get a lot of attention everywhere in Eurasia, particularly from our friends across the pond in Europe. So this is a question that requires some steel. I think it requires a level of political will that perhaps we haven't shown up until now. Sorry, that was my own tirade, to be honest. Thankfully, I'm concluded, but it's kind of, I'll put it this way, a genocide and Uyghurs who are forced labor demand a response that isn't performative, that's serious. And I think no one better than Dr. Zins has been making that case for quite some time. And I think this is an additional idea where we can begin to meet it with the seriousness that it deserves. Thank you.
Listen, Michael, you get a question for anybody else, so this is your opportunity. Good, nobody's asking, so I'll ask a question. Good. Okay, run this through as if I'm a high school student. You cut off, you forbid the US dollar. Explain to me exactly how you do that. And wouldn't the Chinese sort of welcome that as they try to displace the dollar for some time? Because this possibility sort of falls into the track.
Sure. So with regards to the trigger, how we would actually do it, you would pass legislation, ideally, that would set up that binary choice. If you are an international bank that has what the technical term is a correspondent account, and what that means is if you're a company in Pakistan, you probably don't use US dollars every single day of your daily life inside of Pakistan. But if you are a global company that has cross-border commercial activity outside of Pakistan, chances are you are using the internationally recognized denominated mode of currency, which is the US dollar. And in order to make those transactions, you have to do it through an international bank that has correspondent account that lets you transfer your Pakistani currency into US dollar, and then ultimately into whatever currency your partner in the other country is using. That international banknote is where the legislation is. And it puts not just the companies and their activities on the hook, it puts the banks who hold those correspondent accounts on the hook. And it says you need to know what your customers are doing. and you are liable for the commercial activity that you facilitate. And if it goes through a jurisdiction of primary humanitarian concern, that's the trigger. Xinjiang would be subject to jurisdiction. Your second question.
Would the Chinese see that as an opportunity to place the dollar?
Perhaps in the medium term, we are lucky in that it cannot in the short term. So the premise is to hit them where we can while we can. And the one caveat to that is digital R&D, which we keep an eye on, that if we were to act quickly, we would have a severe impact.
How much time do we have? Sorry? Yeah, how much, 10 minutes? Okay, go.
We're good.
We're good because we started late, so somebody else has to. Okay, so. Can I get the open question?
No. Yes, excuse me, brilliant presentation. And I think particularly some of the plans you suggested there will be examined very carefully by the victims of communism and war foundation. I'm not speaking out of turn. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I noticed that you've never used the word Laogai. So it happens that some of us have had association with the Laogai Foundation, with Harry Wu, and some of the work he's done. The fact that that word has now been accepted is in the Encyclopedia Britannica, which it was not before. He spent some 19 years in forced labor in the Laogai in China. So if you please would address yourself to, is that still a figure, is that still a word that we should use? Because if so much has been invested in it, the comparisons with the Gulag and so forth, it has sort of a punch to it that forced labor perhaps doesn't have. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Nate. In my 2018 paper, research paper, I make a connection between the re-education camps in Xinjiang and the reform through labor, which differs from Laogai, which is Laodong Daizao, in that it's extrajudicial, extra-legal. Laogai is more something that, as far as I understand, that you're kind of sentenced to, whereas the RETL, the re-education through labor, was a system that could be administered by the state almost at will, and was heavily used to oppress dissidents and to send whoever the state thought problematic, including prosecutors and dissidents and opponents of socialism, into it. And it was officially, supposedly abolished in 2013 because China was moving to become a country ruled by law. There was the rationale and the reasoning behind it. And in my opinion, the labor that we see from the re-education camps especially, there are some important ideological roots in that reach from the Soviet system of rectification through labor from the gulags, which was actively advocated and which led to the establishment of the Laogai and of the re-education through labor. And I'm currently actually working on comparing how China internally developed this onward and what are some of the ideological and practical links of the current forced labor systems to those. Not so much the Laogai itself, because that's a bit more rooted in sort of the formal legal system, like you're kind of in prison, but you also work. But the Laogai, of course, and the re-education through labor are very similar, very similar. So China's domestic experience in further developing the Soviet rectification through labor in the Gulag is very much something to look at here. And so I think this is significant conceptually to be distinguished from the labor poverty innovation to labor transfer, which I think is a more recent Chinese innovation. And it's not really linked to any internment experience or directly through re-education, but it is a form of coercive labor and linked to the socialist nation building, of turning sort of lazy minority agriculturalists into useful workers for society, both to make them to work in factories, but also to make them integrate them more firmly into your part of the socialist system, the communist system, like you're subscribing to the whole thing. And so I think there's also an important ideological connection here from the communist ideology of labor as something that characterizes persons who are useful for society, contributing to the socialist revolution. And if you refuse to labor, you are an enemy of the socialist revolution, and you are a problem, and you need to be rectified. In fact, the re-education through labor system explicitly sentenced people to this experience who refused to accept work assignments when it was set up in 1957. So this is a topic to be explored, as you can tell. Thank you.
I just briefly mentioned I use the wildlife system quite often, which is something very good job to do, which was to amalgamate all these different systems like jails, psychiatric centers, all they're trying to make testing, which is what our foundation did a brilliant job of doing. They don't do it anymore. We've got a question in the back. Please.
I have a question for Allison, but I think you all sort of weigh in. I was curious if you had any thoughts about traceability technology for companies, and if you think the government should be stepping in this area and then providing funding for companies to kind of help trace their supply chains, or if you think that technology just kind of isn't ultimately that useful and we should kind of use funding elsewhere.
You got that answer?
If the question was about whether or not the technology solutions should be used for traceability and government should help subsidize them.
I think specifically feasibility technology was mentioned, whether that was waste or whether that really has any use.
Specifically, which kind?
Feasibility technology.
Traceability.
Oh, sorry, traceability.
Traceability, like orange,
yes, so sorry about that. I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think traceability technology is helpful as a spot checker, but it really is never going to do the task that companies need to do, which is to map and know their supply chains. Some technology, companies really want a technological solution. They want blockchain, they want origin or something like that. But it's not ever going to replace the work of mapping their supply chains and of having cascading obligations about human rights obligations and forced labor through their supply chains. Blockchain is like garbage in, garbage out. So you have to have quality information going into a blockchain system in order for it to provide any level of real assurance. And I think things like Origin, which is a nice tracing technology that can be used on cotton, or other kinds of traceability technologies, can be really useful as spot checking. I know that CBP is looking at rolling out some spot checking of imports using Origin. I think that some companies are experimenting with it. But again, the fundamental work that companies need to do is that mapping of supply chains and ensuring that there is due diligence all the way down to their raw material suppliers.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Many of the companies that you're talking about, with supply chains need to be given greater scrutiny, or they need to get better visibility into their supply chains, are publicly traded. They're also indexed on mutual funds that comprise all of our 401ks and the pension funds of state employees, universities. What is being done to work across that sector of the financial services industry? And I especially highlight ESG standards and the funds that are being set up by some of the large institutional investors that claim to be environmentally social, to have environmental social governance standards, and yet maintain ownership stakes in companies that do not have clean supply chains from a forced labor standpoint. Thank you.
I'd love to jump in on that.
Yes, I think that, believe it or not, the question, she's looking to you.
I think that's a great question, and that's exactly the kind of thinking I think we need to get to really start to move beyond individual company action to much broader collective action. There has been some work with investors. A member of our coalition, the Investor Alliance for Human Rights, has done some shareholder engagement and other kind of outreach. There was a shareholder resolution at 90's annual general meeting a couple of weeks ago about divesting from labor force labor that did get like 28% of the vote, which is big for a resolution like this. But we need to move from the granular to sort of institutional level. And I think one problem, one nut to crack that I think we haven't collectively gotten to yet is how to move investors, and I mean private investors, equity investors, but also multinational development banks, to harmonize their ESG requirements. Because I think there is an unspoken tension between environmental sustainability and social sustainability or labor rights. And I think that is made perhaps the clearest by the problems that we see in the solar supply chain, where you have a lot of investment, including multinational development bank investment, flowing to green energy solutions like solar panels, and yet you have this supply chain that is heavily tainted with forced labor goods. And so, I think investors, to some extent, rightly or wrongly, think they're stuck between these competing initiatives, these competing rights, and I think we need to do the work to move them and also to push them to harmonize their approaches and take into account the labor and human rights requirements along with the environment.
One more question. Or maybe we don't have a question. We're wrapping it up. Thank you very much. Big hand for everybody.
Thank you. That was a great panel. We'd like to invite our final panelists to come forward. We're going to go straight into our question ending this panel as a transition to our next panel. I think we're making the right up and down. This is great. So we will let the panelists switch over and get started.
Last question certainly queued this up very well, and I'm very excited for this panel. And that's in part because I think it gets at the soft side or vulnerable side of China. We're talking about a country where the Chinese Communist Party has a social contract that is not rule of the governed. It's the promise of increasing economic prosperity. And therefore, that makes the promise of economic prosperity more and more of a vulnerability for them. I've been reading Sarah Che's book, Future States, and it looks a lot at how corruption, how financial malfeasance poses a threat to national security. And when we're talking about the Chinese Communist Party, that means that that's a huge vulnerability for them. And so I've got a panel full of people who know how to get at that vulnerability. The problem is that multinational companies, American companies, do not share that same commitment. So I'm so excited to open this up to our panelists. Let's start off with Bill Broder. He's the founder and CEO of Hermitage Capital Management.
The Russian government actually considers him a threat to national security. He's somebody who's rattled Vladimir Putin, and he's the driving force behind the Magnitsky Act, which the U.S. government uses to get after some of the most egregious human rights violators in the world. He's the driving force behind this, seeking justice for Sergei Magnitsky. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to him. I'll introduce the panelists one by one before they speak, and then we'll follow the same format where we open it up to a question after. Bill?
Okay, hello, everybody. Sorry I can't be there in person, but thankfully with the Zoom technology, I can use virtually. So I come at this conversation from a I'd say a pretty unique vantage point. I'm probably one of the only people in the world who has been a hedge fund manager, which I was for 24 years, and a full-time human rights activist, which I've been for the last 12 years. And for those of you who know my story, it all, my human rights activism all came as a result of becoming victimized by the Putin regime when they arrested, tortured, and murdered my lawyer, Sergei Magnitsky. And in doing so, he was killed by the Russian government of Putin regime in November of 2009. And since then, I made my full-time duty and business to go after the people who killed him and make sure it gets justice. And the tool that I came up with is what's now being used all over the world is a piece of legislation named after Sergei Magnitsky called the Magnitsky Act, which freezes assets and bans visas for human violators. Now, as far as this discussion on China goes, I'm often approached by people who know me, know my background, and they ask me, having heard what happened in Russia, they say, what do you think about investing in China? There's a lot of people interested in investing in China. And my answer to everybody in the investment world starts out from looking at their self-interest. And I say to them, putting aside the moral issues, which there are many, from a purely financial standpoint, you shouldn't get involved in investing in China because they will try to rip you off. Someone, if you start making too much money, they'll want something, they'll want to take it. And in China, there is no rule of law. And so when they take the money, you can't just go to court to get the money back. And nor can you go to the media because they have no freedom of the press. And if it's somebody connected to the government, nor can you go to the opposition because there is no opposition. And so in a normal country with the rule of law, with freedom of press, and with a democratic system, you have recourse if you get ripped off. In China, you don't. And for many years, people ignored my advice. They said, look, everything is growing so much, all this kind of sweet stuff is happening in China, I want to get involved, I want to make money there. And now all of a sudden, what I've been talking about has come to fruition. We've seen these stories of the Chinese government saying to everybody invested in education, we decided that private education no longer should be happening and cutting off these companies, or the ride-sharing company no longer being allowed, or the Jack Ma being disappeared. And so all of a sudden, people are now starting to see that, yes, all these terrible things can happen and there's nothing you can do about it. And so I'm saying you shouldn't invest in China first and foremost. And then I'm saying second, on top of that, there is the specter of what happens with the Magnitsky Act. And I want to share with you a story about what happened in Russia to give you some perspective about what is probably going to happen in China. In Russia, Magnitsky Act has been used more than 50 times, and various other versions of the Magnitsky Act have been used many hundreds of times against all sorts of people, including Russian oligarchs. And there's one instance where there was a Russian oligarch who had a lot of cash on accounts in a big Swiss bank. And when he was sanctioned by the United States, that meant that all of his U.S. assets were frozen in the U.S. and couldn't travel to the U.S. But it went far beyond that to Switzerland. Even though he wasn't sanctioned by the Swiss government, the Swiss bank that he had money in had a real dilemma because he had $1 billion in the Swiss bank. And if that Swiss bank had moved that $1 billion for this guy from Switzerland to Russia, for example, they would have potentially been fined by the U.S. Treasury 3 times that amount, or $3 billion, because they were in violation of U.S. sanctions. And so the head of the Swiss bank had a terrible dilemma because on one hand, he didn't want to be in violation of U.S. sanctions. And on the other hand, he had this money of this Russian oligarch, which he couldn't really hold. But in his mind, it was better for him to not violate U.S. law than it was for him to keep this Russian oligarch's money. And he was in a potentially at risk of being sued by the Russian oligarch. And so he was damned if he did and damned if he didn't. And as a result of that, the next day, he gathered up all of his account officers and he said, I want to get rid of any Russian oligarch we have on our books that could ever be subject to these types of sanctions in the future. And that didn't just happen at the Swiss bank, it happened in many banks across Europe and across the world. Now, China is in pretty much the same type of situation. I would argue that the Magnitsky situation has just started with China. And I think that we're going to see China is a major flagrant and terrible violator of human rights. There's the whole Uyghur genocide that's going on right now. There's the Hong Kong situation, Tibet situation, there's the Taiwan situation, and on and on and on. And I think everybody in the Western world, in the United States and EU, UK, Canada, all agree that China is a malign player. And I think that we're going to see many more Magnitsky sanctions being placed on Chinese officials, on Chinese oligarchs. And as a result of that, we're going to see this whole sort of system get mucked up by Magnitsky sanctions, affecting not just the Chinese officials, but the Western businesses who want to do business with them. And so to sort of sum up my thoughts about China, on one hand, you've got the government making life difficult for anyone to predict what's going to happen as an investor. And so it's not a profitable place. And on the other hand, you have more Magnitsky sanctions coming and all the complications that creates for Western businesses. And it creates a kind of a toxic group. And if you look at one of the things that actually causes countries to change their behavior, it's not condemnation from the West, it's not them violating any moral codes that we hold dear. It's real consequences, it's hard consequences, and money is one of the realest consequences. And so I would argue that we're going to see less money flowing to China in the future because of their own mistakes, because of the Magnitsky Act, and that may create create more difficulty for them to act the way they need to do.
Great. Well, that brings us at a perfect juncture to turn it over to Roger Robinson. He's the president and CEO of RWR Advisory Group, former senior director of international economic affairs at the National Security Council, former chair and vice chair of the congressionally mandated U.S. China Economic Security Review. And he has a particular focus on security-related risks in the global capital markets. And he is about to tell you a little bit about how your money might be funding the Chinese government and state-owned enterprises involved in egregious things.
Well, thank you, Jillian. And I couldn't agree more with Bill Browder that just on the financial merits alone, it's very perilous to be playing in the investor circles within China. not one Chinese company in our markets, for example, are compliant with U.S. federal securities laws. None of them have engaged in public company accounting oversight board audits as is required of their U.S. counterparts. You'd be surprised to find that the Chinese are actually receiving preferential treatment over the U.S. And companies here. There's no disclosure of their financials. They are conveniently regarded as state secrets. There's no real compliance with material risk disclosure of the type that the SEC insists on, and the list goes on. If you take a bigger look at this thing, I think we're looking at arguably the largest financial scandal in world history. And let me explain. Where else do you find multi-trillion-dollar sums transferred from a democracy, notably our own, to a totalitarian police state bent on our destruction, aided by greed-driven Wall Street firms and conflicted or sadly outright corrupt government regulators primarily housed at the Department of Treasury and the Securities and Exchange Commission? I guess it's about this time that I should indicate that I'm speaking under the auspices of my role as chairman of the Prague Security Studies Institute, rather than the corporate title. But this is the fact of life we're facing. We're not dealing in hundreds of billions anymore. This is trillions of dollars that are moving from as many as 150 million unwitting American retail investors into the companies' coffers of the Chinese Communist Party. It's just that stark. And as for capital market sanctions, which Andrew Remberg played an important role in as we were starting off looking for our first major victory in this portfolio, namely the keeping bad actor Chinese companies sanctioned and otherwise out of the federal thrift savings plan, which was narrowly accomplished, but nevertheless was a major victory. We've got now for the first time an ability to exercise capital market sanctions as a policy tool. I would call it the most fearsome and effective non-military policy tool in the arsenal of the United States. Folks have made it plain that tariffs are one thing, technology security, as important as it is another, currency manipulation, all of these you've heard about. But what about the money? It does get down to the money. That's how the Soviet Union fell. It was the constricting of their hard currency cash flow, the denial of the credits that were being extended by Western governments and commercial banks. Yes, high tech was tightened as well. And we got the Saudis to pump more oil, and we decontrolled prices at the wellhead. Oil went to $10 a barrel. It savaged what meager 32 billion in annual hard currency earnings the Soviets had, and they were put down. 300 million people went free without a shot fired. That's what money can do. And it's a very different circumstance in China. I know the differences, believe me. And it's a far larger juggernaut, more complex, more diversified, stronger than any existential threat our country's ever faced, and I hope ever will face. But we've got a handle on it by virtue of the fact that we utterly dominate the economic and financial domain on this planet. Our capital markets are roughly the size of the rest of the world's combined. We have 2/3 of the world's investable capital, another 65% of the world's liquidity. We have the world's reserve currency, all speaking to the fact that even unilaterally, without allied cooperation, as much as we'd like to see it, and encourage it. At the end of the day, it's not going to be required in this financial arena. Now, when I say that we've moved trillions of dollars over to China, just think about another fact. For 20 years, this issue never saw the light of day. You can't find one article before March of 2019 on the human rights and national security dimensions of China's presence in the capital markets. These companies have been let in with no diligence, no compliance, as I said, with federal securities laws, no regulatory oversight to speak of. And who are these companies? Well, I'll tell you who they are. They're aiders and abettors of genocide. They are the companies enabling trafficking in slave labor. These are companies that are equipping the concentration camps, not to mention manufacturing advanced weapon systems, including this new hypersonic missile system with a glide vehicle that we're so concerned about as a new Sputnik moment for American defense. So the fact is that these companies, many of them are already sanctioned by the United States, and yet they're held by all of our major index providers, MSCI, FTSE Russell, Dow S&P, Bloomberg Barclays, and the list goes on. And then, slavishly almost, those indexes are replicated by index funds, namely exchange-traded funds primarily, of the BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, and the list goes on. And as a consequence, scores of millions of unwitting American retail investors, including, excuse me, but everyone in this room that has any international exposure at all, has their money invested in companies, Chinese companies, with this pedigree, with this list of, in some cases, atrocities that they have to take responsibility for. So I would, we only have a short period of time here, but I think that the ability for our people to insist that this is not going to happen anymore with their money, with our money, is present. We just need the data, we need the information, we need to know the funds, the exchange traded funds, mutual funds, primarily these so-called passive investment vehicles. They're the culprit. That's where we have our problem. And we can illuminate those companies. We can demonstrate that they're sanctioned by the United States. I mean, we were talking earlier in Allison's case about the polysilicon companies. Just a quick example. Okay, 5 were put on the entity list for trafficking in slave labor at the end of June. Did we know that 2 or 3 are publicly traded and are being held by major indexes and funds in the United States? Were they put on the capital market sanctions list of the Department of Treasury? No, they were not. In fact, of the 440 companies on the entity list, which is denied American equipment, technology, component services, because their offenses were so egregious in the human rights and national security portfolio. Do you know how many of those have ended up on Treasury's OFAC list that denies them access to our capital markets? The answer is 4. Less than 1%. Now, how serious do we sound as a government when we have a pathetic track record of that kind? So there's a great deal that has been accomplished, and we've gotten 2 presidents to declare it a national emergency, if you read the language, and to issue executive orders trying to get a handle on Chinese human rights abusers, as well as Chinese military companies, as they're called. But have we increased that list by 1 company since the Biden administration issued the order on June 3rd? Not 1. Do we have those entity list companies being transferred over to the capital markets list? Not 1. And so as I wrap up here, and I am watching I would just say that we don't have to rely on the executive branch and even the Congress here, although I think we could get veto-proof bipartisan legislation. We've shown we can before with the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act and others. But look, this is going to get down to grassroots Americana. This is going to get down to those of us in the room who can adopt that old saying of Nancy Reagan that she used during the drug war when she said, just say no. When you talk to your financial advisor, when you talk to your fund manager, your pension fund administrator, ask them, what is your exposure to Chinese companies, particularly in the exchange traded funds and mutual funds? They won't be able to answer because they have no idea. But when you do insist on knowing, we're going to try to develop a tool, and I hope in cooperation with VOC here, that allows you to know what kind of bad actors are in your portfolio so that you can take specific action against them. This is our money. This is our opportunity. And I can tell you that China has never faced anything like the ferociousness of action by us as a government in capital market sanctions and us as a people in just saying no. Thank you.
Great. Well, we have the view from the outside. For our next panelist, we're going to have a view from inside of China, and Dexter Roberts is uniquely equipped to offer it. He's a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Asia Security Initiative, but he also spent more than 2 decades living in China, working as a reporter, fluent in Mandarin, and his book, The Myth of Chinese Capitalism, was chosen by The Economist as one of the best books last year. So with that, I will kick it over to him.
Thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. Yeah, I'd like to talk today from that perspective of a former reporter in China, business reporter, almost a century actually, based out of Beijing and Hong Kong briefly. And what I would like to talk about is China's decoupling and the political slogan of the year, common prosperity. What does that mean for American companies? What does that mean for the world? And to start this question of decoupling from China, there's a lot of debate whether it's actually happening. If you look at foreign direct investment into China this year, the first 9 months, it's up almost 20%. Now, a lot of that is from Southeast Asia, as well as from BRI countries. But indeed, countries and companies continue to invest big in China. So if you look at some examples of fairly prominent American companies on the decoupling side of the ledger, we've seen just in the last couple months, Microsoft's LinkedIn announced that they were pulling their social media app out of China. It's the last major American social media app in China. You probably remember Twitter and Facebook left way back in, I think, 2009. Signal, the messaging app, and Clubhouse were banned from China earlier this year. Mayor Brown, the U.S. law firm, until very recently was representing Hong Kong's oldest university in their efforts to remove the Tiananmen Square memorial that they have on the campus. And Mayor Brown did not decide that they weren't going to play that role any longer until they faced pressure from a couple dozen different human rights organizations. They recently announced they aren't going to represent Hong Kong University in this aspect. Questions are being raised about PwC, which has been a long-time auditor for Evergrande, the imploding real estate company. Just 6 months ago, PwC declared that the audit of Evergrande was fine. No warning signs were raised. Well, now we have one of the, a default that is roiling not just the Chinese economy, but has also done so to the global economy. Finally, this is again in the last month, Harvard University just announced that their summer Mandarin training program is leaving Beijing and they're moving it to Taipei, to Taiwan. And the reason they said was an unfriendly environment in Beijing. So here we have decoupling. I don't need to tell anybody in this room that Mr. Robinson spoke very eloquently about this. On the financial side, we actually see an increasingly strong relationship. BlackRock recently told its clients it's time to triple your exposure in China. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan also advise their clients to increase their exposure. I was watching Bloomberg News last night, my former employer, and I heard the CEO of UBS proclaim that he's full bull. He said full bull on China, and certainly advising their clients to invest more. That's not really a surprise. What we've seen in China is a real shift in the way that they deal with foreign investment. Back when I was in my early years in China, late 90s, early 2000, China, that was, you'll all recall when China entered the World Trade Organization in 2001. At that point, it was all open arms, and they were doing everything they could to welcome foreign investors, tax breaks, sometimes free land. The goal was to bring in as much foreign capital and foreign know-how as they could. Well, that's obviously changed dramatically. China today is far more selective about what it wants in terms of global capital and global investment. And frankly, they can, at this point, they can still be more selective. They don't need that know-how and capital to the degree that they once did. They still are very certain that they want more financial investment. At the height of the global market sell-off earlier this summer, one of the more reformist-minded officials in China, deputy head of the China Securities Regulatory Commission, Fang Xinghai, called together some of the representatives of the biggest global banks and told them, you're still welcome here. We're going to make it work for you. Do not go away. This, again, is not surprising. We've seen these companies rewarded. BlackRock recently got a license to offer onshore mutual funds. Goldman Sachs just got permission to have its own 100% owned joint venture, the first investment bank that has gotten that right in China. So what are we seeing now in terms of this shift in attitudes towards the world? It's what I've called recently a politics in command economy, or Xi Jinping's politics in command economy. A recent report I did at the Atlantic Council was on this very topic. And what we're seeing now is politics and ideology injected into the economy and into the relationship that they have with the rest of the world, to a degree that I was in China, as I said, for about a quarter century, a degree we've never seen before in all those years. So what are some of the key parts of the politics in command economy? One is, this is an old one in China, self-reliance. Self-reliance was a famous slogan of Mao Zedong. We haven't heard quite as much about it in the reform era in China. But the reality is it's been a constant all along. So if you look back at some of the various policies over the years, we had in 2006, something called the Medium and Long-Term Plan for Science and Technology. We had what China called Strategic Emerging Industries. We had Indigenous Innovation under the former General Secretary Hu Jintao. And most recently, of course, Made in China 2025. And the dual circulation strategy under Xi Jinping. All of these have in common the desire that China has to become much more self-reliant, particularly in technology, but arguably across the economy. So common prosperity, we've been hearing a lot about this recently. Xi Jinping has made it clear that this is his political slogan of the year. It's likely to last far beyond 2021 as well. Common prosperity is really, I would argue, a declaration by China by the Chinese Communist Party that the relationship with the world, global business, even economic productivity is going to take a backseat to politics in China going forward. So this is very much tied up into the image of Xi Jinping today. Xi Jinping, who of course is the son of a former senior leader, and is very much a red elite in China, has lived a life of privilege most of his life. He's trying to tell the Chinese people in particular that he is a man of the people, and common prosperity, which is focused on trying to emphasize equality more in the economy, and above all, a much stronger role by the Chinese Communist Party, is all about Xi Jinping defining himself as much more in touch with the people of China. He needs to do this. Next year is a very important year for Xi Jinping, as we know. We're going to have the 20th Party Congress in the fall of 2022. It'll be the first Party Congress I've missed actually since the 17th, which I went to in '97, and then went to all the others until through the 19th, and then I left China. The Party Congress, as I'm sure most of you know, it will be a really important moment for Xi Jinping to basically cement his status as leader for life. And he's going to almost certainly take the precedent-breaking move of staying on for a third term and probably far beyond that. It looks like I'm running out of time. I'm actually going to just stop right here. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm going to actually kick it off with a question. So I love about this panel that it's empowering for us to use market mechanisms to push back against China's bad behavior. But the way that China does this is actually pretty sophisticated. You've got complex multinational structures. You've got sometimes intent to evade sanctions or to sneak around. And they're sometimes evaded by companies in the US or multinational companies that are also happy to cover it up. So just from a policy perspective, if we're trying to get a responsive market, where could the US government increase transparency or allow the American people to be more responsive to their concerns?
Okay. Well, you could start by eliminating their efforts to narrow the universe of Chinese companies operating in the United States. If you look at the SEC and their efforts to enhance disclosure, now that they've been embarrassed into it with $500 billion in paper losses for the American people on Chinese companies over July and August alone, they finally had to come out and acknowledge that maybe they, as regulators, were falling down on the job. I mean, a vast understatement. What did they do? They said, well, let's enhance disclosure requirements for those New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ listed companies. Of course, there are about 260 or so. Interestingly, not a peep about the 900 Chinese companies in the over-the-counter market. Not a peep about A shares, that is, Chinese companies purchased directly out of Shenzhen and Shanghai, avoiding any kind of regulatory scrutiny, not a whit of diligence performed, and they're moved into first the indices, MSCI, FTSE Russell, and so forth. And then, as I said, that's mirrored by exchange-traded funds, so-called benchmark against those indices. Just an instant replay. Well, guess what? We did extensive research trying to get a handle on how many A-share companies are there in our markets, littering the investment portfolios of the American people. I thought it might be, in one of the more horrific moments, as many as 1,000. I think I told Ed Fuller and others that it might be that many. Well, the number's in. We've done, we're not done yet, but I can tell you we've gone this far. So far, we're over 4,200. And if you add that to the over-the-counter market, we're talking about 5,000 Chinese companies in the portfolios of roughly 150 million Americans that have never seen the regulatory light of day from the SEC and Treasury, that we have no idea if they're sanctioned, we have no idea if they're human rights violators or national security abusers, building islands and militarizing the South China Sea, and as I say, building ICBMs targeting American families. Nobody sought to care, nobody does care. But those days have got to end. And that's something that screams for congressional attention if the executive branch won't step up to this. Even the Democrats are exercised over this, and I think we're going to get legislation that might even stem from their side, which would be, again, a bipartisan dream. We've got a lot of consensus on China. And I don't know why the administration doesn't wake up and smell the coffee on that. We can get a lot done on the Hill. And my goodness, it has to start with at least accounting for this volume of companies. What's the real exposure of the American people to Chinese companies? What is it? I'll tell you, it's in the trillions, but nobody knows. We're doing our best to find out. So these are the kinds of things that the US government might break a sweat for a change in giving us a better handle on. I mean, how can we understand the threat? How many times over are we going to fund their military machine? You know, we spend what, 730, 40 billion a year on defense? How about us transferring 4 or 5 times that amount to the Chinese military? And we wonder, gee, how do they become a near peer competitor? How could they be ahead of us in hypersonic weaponry, et cetera, et cetera? The big surprise, how do they walk around the world buying countries and regions and continents like Africa with a checking account that just doesn't quit? I'll tell you how, with our money.
Great, well, with that, I'm gonna open it up to questions. This gentleman here.
Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation and very well succeeds in linkage to prior ones. I want to ask you to address the issue of the fact that China is doing things that the Soviet Union did. I would add that the National Socialist government of Germany did some years ago in making a policy of collaboration by its opponents through an exploitation of that collaboration financially and in the setting up internally of restrictive measures. In the German case, they set up Konzentrationslager, KZ. That is a concentration camp. That people there, the Gulag did it, and the Gulags were like the Rogai and like the KZs, linked to production, where capitalist investors, group, or the equivalents in Soviet Union, the equivalents here actually helped produce weapons and industrial products that were then sold back to the people in other countries for the militarization of their defensive, their own security systems. With the appeasement or collaboration or misunderstanding or naivete of people abroad who were democracies. We're seeing something happen, not for the second time, but for the third time in my lifetime. And with each one of these steps, in my view, has accelerated. And the gap between the naivete or the greed of the external democracies and or some elements there, and the exploitation by the totalitarian ideologies and their systems has gotten worse. And in a world where the dangers are rising, and the threats and confusion is accelerating, it seems to me particularly important that panels like those of the Victims of Communism organization has assembled and that witnesses like you will inform scholars, but also, in a certain sense, very important policy practitioners. You're not only explaining policy, you're recommending policies, active participation in this process. So I salute you for this, and I urge you to consider this larger history, in which we see what is happening now relates lessons we've learned before. And I remind you, on the labor front, labor exploitation, in Buchenwald and Auschwitz, the sign of dates said, Arbeit frei, labor makes free, brings you freedom. That sounds to me like what was said by the reference.
Yeah. So I think the question that you're getting at, and Bill, I'm going to put this to you, is how do we create more stigma, knowing historically that companies have invested in things they shouldn't have? How do we create more stigma? Is it strictly through sanctions, or you increase the risk and the social pressure?
So one of the things which is pretty clear to me is that having listened to the other two presenters and the information that they've provided is pretty devastating as far as how bad the situation is. But the other thing which I've seen is that there's really a consensus in Congress about this whole thing. It's not as if you're pushing on a closed door. We're pushing on an open door here as far as how everybody views China in Congress. And the reason why I think that the policy response hasn't been as robust as one would expect is because the administration, the government, doesn't want to rock the boat or wants to rock the boat as little as possible for fear of economic backlash and economic consequences. And I face the same exact fight when we were dealing with Russia, probably not nearly as dramatic as the cost that China could exert. But the way that one deals with this, and the way that I dealt with it, is that if you have a Congress that's willing and eager, Congress is a co-equal branch of government to the administration with the Constitution. And it's just a question of getting the right tools into the hands of members of Congress who care about these things to start sanctioning more people. I mean, the fact that there is a genocide going on in Xinjiang against the Uyghur people, and only 4 Chinese officials have been sanctioned, is kind of a shocking travesty. There should be thousands, tens of thousands of people sanctioned to make up for the fact that we've got 3 million people or more in concentration camps, and so on and so forth. And so I would argue that the problem, or the effectiveness of the response could easily be improved just by putting into the hands of members of Congress who care about this the right tools, the right recommendations, et cetera. I mean, from my perspective, a lot more people should be Magnitsky sanctioned, but from the other presentations I've heard, there's a lot of really obvious low-hanging fruit as far as the idea that there are companies on sanctions lists that are still trading on stock exchanges, that can't be allowed, and so on and so forth. And so and it all comes down to Congress. If you get powerful members of Congress to write letters, speak up, to withhold funding to the government, then the government will act, and that's how governments tend to act, and that's what I would strongly suggest at this point.
Great, we have time for just one more question. I'm going to kick it over to
Question for Roger. I've enjoyed hearing you for a few years now, rightly rail against the members of the executive branch that aren't doing their job at this. But until and unless they do, one of the phrases that
that's been floating around the VOC here since Ambassador Grunberg joined. We want to make the right thing to do, the easy thing to do. And I was recently in my 401k looking in there, and I didn't see a button anywhere that said, would you like to opt in or rather opt out of genocide? So where is that button? Are you going to create it? Where's the how-to guide? Are you working on this? And how can people in this room right now who do care about this do something? Thanks.
Well, we are working on it, and we plan on the price tag being free. You'll enter your passive investment product, whatever BlackRock emerging market fund you might be in, or something along those lines, and it would tell you how many human rights bad actors are present in that fund. It would probably highlight, say, the top 5, and then allow you to click further to see specifically why they've been sanctioned and the egregious nature of their offenses. We would likewise be able to ultimately have some color coding, I hope, whereby you'd be able to see a roster of such companies and those already sanctioned and perhaps those that should be. We have the data. And so it's just a matter of being able to create an app, if you will, or some other mechanism whereby the American people on their phone not only can have a much better informed conversation with their fund managers, stockbrokers, and financial advisors, as they'll know a hell of a lot more about Chinese companies and their portfolios than their investment professional knows. I'll guarantee you that, because the other guy hasn't given a moment of thought to this. But it will help us in terms of 2 things that Wall Street really cares about, and they're really the same thing: corporate reputation and brand. You know, you do not want to be associated with genocide, slave labor, and concentration camps unless there's something pretty wrong. And you're just a special kind of callousness and profits uber alles mentality. So leave it to say that I think that that's one idea, and also creation of new investment products. Some should be exiting China altogether. Some folks are going to say, look, I don't want to differentiate between good Chinese and bad Chinese companies. They all report to this Chinese Communist Party. They're all subject to Article 7 of the National Intelligence Law. They all have Communist Party cells embedded in their senior management systems, all of them, even the fraudulent private sector. So the point is, you could take that view, or you could say, look, I need some Chinese exposure. It's the second largest economy in the world. You need it for balance in emerging markets or whatever. If you have that argument, then at least let's have an index that avoids the sanctioned bad actors and others that can be, that aren't even present, and that tracks pretty closely from a return on investment point of view with some of the popular products out there now. You don't have to sacrifice returns in any material way in order to do the right thing. You don't have to, bust a gut to try to figure out how to cleanse your portfolio, but somebody's got to take that step. We're trying. I don't know many other firms that are, to be honest with you, but we are giving it a go, and we hope to have results in the next 90 days. So we'll keep you up to speed on that. But look, I'm all for having this replicated across the country. You know, we don't want to be sitting here as a lonely voice in the wilderness any more than Churchill wanted to be once upon a time. We want this to be as mainstream as we can. And the fact that where else do you find 150 million Americans engaged with their money in underwriting a regime bent on destroying everything they hold dear? It's not every day, right? So come on. I mean, let's get serious about this as citizens and demonstrate to the Congress and the executive branch that we are mad as hell and we are not going to take this anymore.
Great, well, with that, I've got to wrap it up. We've got a panel that's so good, there's more questions. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I want to thank all of our panelists that have come and shared their wisdom and knowledge with us here today. This will conclude our 7th annual China Forum. I want to thank those of you who came in person. I would like to thank all of those who joined us for our live stream today. And I just want to close with a few observations on today's proceedings that we'll take away as we look forward to our work here at the Business of Communism Memorial Foundation, and also in planning for the 8th annual China Forum as we move forward next year. I think that our keynote speaker, Dr. Pillsbury, made a very interesting point of what are the metrics and implementation things we should be tracking to look forward to. So we would love your ideas to that. We of course recorded today's session. We'll be doing a report on today's session. And I think some of the observations we'll take out of that we'll examine over the course of our work and research this year, and of course in anticipation for our China Forum next year, is what's happened in the last year. Have we held technology companies accountable for their behavior with the CCP and the surveillance state? Are we any more secure a year from now than we were or are today? Have we found more information about the forced labor practices going on in China? And have we further distanced ourselves, whether through sanctions or corporate policy changes, from being engaged in human rights violations, even indirectly? How has the U.S., this will be a binary question, I think, has the U.S. led the international community, multilateral organizations over the course of the next year to defend the international order that we created, or have we not? We will see. The great insights from our last meeting. Have we educated ourselves basic financial literacy about how exposed we are to either the human rights violations or basically shady economic practices and bad investments that we might be incidentally exposed to? And as a result, is the U.S. more invested and susceptible to the activities of the CCP, or are we less? These are important questions I think we'll be able to establish objective metrics for over the course of the next year. And as I said, we'd love your inputs in the coming weeks to help us formulate that as we move forward. So I just want to thank you all again for coming. This has been a fantastic. This is my first China Forum. So thank you all for coming. And please reach out to us at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, and follow our social media, and we will be giving you more information about our further activities coming up, particularly the launch of our museum in the first quarter of 2022. So thank you all for coming. Have a good day.